Okay, everybody, it's just after 10 o'clock, only by a few seconds. So we've got a quorum, and so we're going to kick off on time. So welcome everybody to Transport Infrastructure Delivery Committee for 24th of March. Just for those in the room and those attending and anyone, just a reminder, meeting has been live webcast. And we have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place and ask that you observe them. So just make sure you're in a secure place during the meeting. You should not be driving while connected to the meeting, and turn on your camera when you are speaking. So thank you. And just everyone else, make sure your phones are turned off, or no, on silent, we never turn them off. So attendance by electronic link. We'll have 4 today, Joe Bartley, Daniel Newman, Victoria Short, and a little bit later on, Matt Winiata. In terms of apologies, we have apologies for absence from Mayor Wayne Brown, who is, as we speak, having a new hip put in. I did hear on the news today that he'll be back in the office tomorrow. I'm calling that as something that's not quite right. And we also have an apology from Sarah Patterson-Hamlin. Early departure, Matt and Daniel. Any other apologies? And yeah, so potential early departure if we're still rabbiting on late into the day. We'll try and manage that. Righty-ho. So that's Morris, Desley and Lotu.
We'll leave it until we get there.
Yeah. Okay, someone like to move that the apologies? Thanks, Desley. Seconded, Lotu. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest, if have none. Confirmation of the minutes, so ask that someone confirm the minutes dated 24th of February. Thanks, Desley. Second it. Thanks, Alf. Any comments? Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Items not on the agenda. We have none. We have received no petitions. Public input. We had 3 requests. We approved one from Healthy Auckland Together, and gentlemen, you'll come up shortly, so welcome. And we had 2 deferred requests. So the first was from Graham East, who was going to come and talk to us about the level crossings, but he's asked to have that deferred, and so as he's not ready for the March meeting. And Connor Sharp, who from Greater Auckland, who was wanting to come and speak to the authorised vehicles only zone in Queen Street, item 8.4. We declined that, but suggested to Connor that he comes back, because as per the Chair's rec, we have got a report coming back to this committee following, if it goes through, following a 3-month trial and assessment, and that would be a good time for people to come back, and when we're actually making a decision on it, because we're not making a decision on it today. So our first item and only item for public input is Healthy Auckland Together. So we have Dr. Jamie Hosking, Dr. Alistair Woodward, Dr. Stuart Dalziel and Sean Selby. So come on up and into those little 4 hot seats right there. I think Lata's reminded you again, just 5-minute slot, and then we'll have some questions for you. So thank you for being here and taking the time. So hand over and welcome.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm Jamie Hosking. I'm a public health doctor at the Waipapa Taumatoro at the University of Auckland, and also here today is Dr. Stuart Dalziel, who is a paediatrician at Starship Hospital. Professor Alistair Woodward is from the University of Auckland as well, and Sean Selby from the National Public Health Service. We have a presentation. I'm just working out how to get that going. Great, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about cleaner air in Auckland. So Alistair and Sean and I are part of this organisation, Healthy Auckland Together. You might have heard of us. We are a coalition of over 20 organisations with this goal of working together to create conditions where our communities can be healthy in Auckland. We have a couple of focus areas. One of them is around transport, and we've just published a position statement relating to transport and air quality and health last month, and then a report just come out this month on that topic as well. You might remember this report from a couple of years back, which was looking at air pollution in New Zealand, and this is the report that showed that over 3,000 people die from air pollution every year in New Zealand, and that's only slightly less than the deaths from smoking. So most of that is from motor vehicles, and that's because when vehicles burn fuel, then out of the tailpipe comes harmful gases and fine particles. We breathe those pollutants in, and they get right into the innermost part of our lungs where they cause harm. They also get across into our bloodstream as well, where they can cause inflammation and health problems like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, and in our kids can cause asthma. Just looking specifically at the impacts here in Auckland and the impacts specifically from traffic pollution, there are over 700 deaths every year and almost 4,000 people being hospitalised. And 90% of people living in Auckland are breathing in air that has pollution levels that exceed the international guideline levels set by the World Health Organization. Stuart.
So, kia ora, my name's Stuart Dalziel. I'm the Cure Kids Chair of Child Health Research at the University of Auckland, where I'm Professor of Paediatrics and Emergency Medicine. And for my sins, I also work as a paediatric emergency physician at Starship Hospital. So I very much see the end impact of this. And the disease I probably see the most is actually asthma in children. So our prevalence here in New Zealand is one of the highest internationally. 1 in 7 children have an asthma inhaler, and the rates of hospitalisation due to asthma are again some of the highest in the world. And those kids that carry the greatest burden of those are the kids that do the worst in our child health statistics. So that's the kids from the poorest parts of our society, Māori and Pacific. And when you look at how many asthma attacks we should have, the international standard of that is a zero tolerance of asthma attacks. So essentially, we should be driving to the fact that we have no asthma attacks in children and adults who are asthmatic. Internationally, pollution probably leads to 5 to 10% of asthma presentations to hospital. Here in Tamaki Makaurau, that is 7%. So we have a real opportunity to reduce what is an incredible burden on our children. And I could say the same thing about COPD, about heart disease, about asthma in adults. I've just picked this one topic as an example.
Okay, so in our report we talk about solutions, and many of the best solutions for cleaner air involve reducing traffic. So that's through essentially making it so as many trips as possible can be done without needing to get in a car. And we can do that through things like improving public transport and through improving facilities for walking and cycling. And those things, they reduce traffic in our neighbourhoods. That means cleaner air, but it has other benefits as well. It means less noise in our neighbourhoods. It means that our streets are safer to cross, especially for our kids. It means that we know on streets with less traffic, neighbours tend to know each other more, so it means stronger communities and less greenhouse gas emissions as well. So a number of other benefits. And we can get these benefits from intensification around rapid transit as well, but we need low emission zones around to go along with intensification. And that's because where we have a really high concentration of population, it's especially important that we have clean air. So Auckland Council is already making progress on a number of these things, which of course is great, but there is a lot more that can be done. Time of use charging is a really important tool for reducing traffic and meaning cleaner air in the central city. But we would say it's really important that the revenue from time of use charging is spent on improving public transport and improving walking and cycling facilities, and particularly prioritising the lower income parts of the city, because those are the areas where people find it hardest to afford the cost of running a car. Making public transport cheaper or free also helps to address those cost of living concerns, and electrification also has a really important part to play. Kia ora, thank you. We'd love to hear any questions that you have.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, questions? So, Ken.
Well, thank you. I'm the first. Just to sort of, just my thinking as you were talking, you said we have the highest air pollution or people from asthma due to air pollution in some of the world, but we're on an isthmus with two oceans blowing either side, and you've got all these other countries like places like LA and Shanghai, where I've been, and places like that, which have, I would thought, far more. And then the last thing just on top of that was in 1968 through to about 70, 80, I carried I carried an asthmatic inhaler on me all the time and suffered from asthma. Is this me? I carried an asthma inhaler on me the whole time. And then without any medicals, it's just, I don't anymore. I don't get it anymore. And yet the pollution now surely is worse than when I was a kid.
No, so firstly, what I said, I may have not made that completely clear, but I said our overall rate of asthma in New Zealand is the highest in the world, and 1 in 7 children having asthma. Our rates of pollution caused by asthma is at 7%, where internationally it goes from 5 to 10%. So some of the examples of those cities that you gave, they're more at the 10%, we're at the 7% level. From that point of view, we're not as good as what we could be from that point of view, but the fact that we have a lot more children in this country having asthma means that when you multiply that by 7%, we have as a proportion of our society a lot more children exposed to asthma being driven by pollution. Where if you had a small amount of actually asthma in your society overall, but you were more at the 10%, you would still be under our level of what we currently have. And you're right, the greatest burden of asthma is exactly the example that you give. It's actually in our paediatric population. So this is not something that affects adults as much as it affects children. If we look at asthma presentations to hospital, they are 4 times higher in the paediatric population than they are in the adult population. So there are lots of stories of people growing out of it. But children die in this country every year because of asthma. And so we really need to take this seriously and do something about it.
Thank you. Julie.
Kia ora, fellow asthmatic here too, Ken. I was interested in whether, and this is really good, and thank you for putting it in front of us, and I recall your presentation last term as well, and I wondered if you had any information about specific parts of Auckland where the air quality may have improved, partly as a result of electrification or taking more petrol vehicles off that stretch of road. I guess particularly I'm thinking about the Queen Street Valley. Did you have any information about that in particular? I've noticed personally, it's just completely anecdotal, that I have found the air quality in the city centre better over the last 10 years than it used to be. But did you have any information on that particularly? Or is that something you could come back to us on, perhaps?
We know that Auckland Council Research Office has done a recent report, and it's found that due to many causes that nitrogen dioxide has reduced a significant amount in Queen Street Valley. However, in adjacent streets that still have heavy car throughput, such as Commercial Street, that hasn't changed. So there has been changes around that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder too, if you're wanting to ask a question or speak, can you use, if you can, and sorry, not to you guys, this is to our councillors, if you can use resolve, because it's really tricky for the staff, watching for hands and watching for resolve, and it all gets out of order. So let's use the Flash Harry stuff that we've invested in, and to use that. So, Lotu.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. I, alongside Councillor Alf, represent the Manukau ward, and that's an area of high deprivation where people have very few transport choices and the lowest tree canopy cover in the city. Could you talk a bit more of the facts and figures that you have around how all of that disproportionately then affects people, like the people in my ward that I represent, in terms of those figures and the death figures? Kia ora.
I think it's common sense. If you live in an area with less trees, if you live in an area with more traffic going through it and more pollution, you have more disease. And this is on a population which already has a higher prevalence of the disease in the first place. So the people in the communities that you describe are the children who are most affected by this.
Sorry, Chair, just one more question. Of the 760 deaths, do you have some figures around that? How many of those, or what percentage, would be Māori and Pacific? Or from South Auckland, for example?
I could get back to you about that. I don't think we have that off the top of our head, but it's certainly disproportionate to the population who are Māori and Pacific and in South Auckland. One of the factors that we know happens is that where there are streets with more traffic, then house prices are more affordable, and so people on lower incomes are more likely to be living close to traffic, and that means more polluted, being more exposed to pollution. And as you've said, that also goes along with often fewer options for things like public transport. So that's, I guess, one of the reasons why we'd really recommend that things like revenue from congestion charging gets invested in improving public transport and walking and cycling options in the areas of the city that need it most, and where those services are not there enough at the moment.
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. John Senior.
Thanks for your presentation. 3,300 deaths a year attributable to air pollution. In any other circumstances, that would be a national outrage. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the perception of that, that disturbing statistic, because I would suggest that for a lot of people, the perception is the other way, that our vehicles now are subject to more stringent checks. The number of vehicles you see belching diesel or something, while you still see the odd one, not nearly as prevalent as they used to be. Certainly a bigger population. So I just wonder what your view is of that startling, disturbing statistic, and the kind of rather ignorant or low-key response or awareness.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good point. It's a big number and it's surprising. It's partly, I think, that these are deaths that are not car crash deaths. They're not dramatic and acute. They're the children who have asthma who die. They are people who get heart attacks, before the age of 60 or 70 and die. So they are not notable in the same way, the dramatic car crash might be. But that doesn't mean they don't occur. I was part of the group that did the Happens study, and we went over and over and over the statistics to make sure that we got it right. And I'm absolutely confident that we did. So it's a real problem. We're a bit like, the boiling frog example. We live with traffic all around us and get used to it. But you go to other cities in the world and you realize it doesn't need to be like this. I've spent 6 months recently in Berlin, where there are so many choices in terms of public transport and good infrastructure for bicycles that people drive cars seldom. And it could be the same here. While you point out that we've got more efficient vehicles, that's quite true, but we've got many more of them than we used to have, and also they're getting heavier. And this is a point, I think, for Council to consider, that the growth of big, heavy vehicles in the city is not sensible in many respects, apart from being causing congestion and being an injury risk. They also, we estimate, produce up to 7 times more pollution, more health-damaging pollution per distance travelled as small petrol-driven cars.
Thank you. Shane.
Thank you. 2 questions. Thanks, Chair. Just want to follow up firstly with Councillor Ferry's question, and just to be clear, so can I check, Queen Street Valley, the air quality has gotten better, but the surrounding streets where there are still cars, that hasn't gotten better. Do we know that? Do we have evidence of that?
Yes, so that's in, I believe, the air quality report done by Auckland Council.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. The other question's more broad. We're having this discussion in the context of a fuel price shock. So would you consider this an opportunity to take action on transport emissions, and what would you do first?
That's very relevant, and absolutely. I mean, we're recommending that the actions are things that reduce traffic, and you can see from Queen Street how much of a difference that makes if you do reduce traffic, and shifting to improving other modes, public transport and walking and cycling. Of course, they're so much more fuel efficient to use, and so if we want to reduce fuel consumption, then making it so much easier for people to use walking, cycling and public transport makes absolute sense. And also, if we want to reduce the cost for people, then I think there was just an Auckland Transport statistic coming out saying that public transport use for a trip into the city is half the cost, even currently, for people than driving. So if we can make it easier for people to use public transport, or even make it free or cheaper, then that's a great thing for cost of living as well. And it future-proofs things, right? We need to be thinking about the next oil crisis as well. Presumably that's going to happen too.
Thank you, really appreciate your work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Richard.
Kia ora, and I do have the figures on our State of the Environment report for Queen Street specifically. So the reason why we removed or discouraged vehicles from Queen Street and electrified the bus fleet first was because Queen Street Valley had more than 200% more pollution than the rest of the region. So Queen Street was twice as bad, the worst street for pollution, as well as the most pedestrians of any street in the whole of New Zealand. So did you know that since we've removed or reduced cars in there, it has halved? So now Queen Street air quality is around the same as the rest of the region, like significant. Did you know that AT are encouraging cars back into that corridor? And what do you think would be the change to the people living and using that corridor now that cars are being reintroduced to that space? Are we putting people's lives at risk?
It doesn't seem a sensible move from my point of view. And I think the Queen Street example is a really good one to show the power of taking action to reduce traffic in the city where there are a lot of people exposed.
So I guess on the facts, would you say that the residents and people using that street, young and old, will be at far more risk now if cars are encouraged back into that corridor, considering there's about 10 times as many people as cars?
Yes.
Desley.
Thank you. First, thank you all for the work that you do for Auckland's children and the health of our wider rohi. I really appreciate that. A quarter of Auckland Transport's bus fleet is electric. In fact, we have the highest figure in Australasia. So we're kind of doing quite well in that space. Obviously, there's more to go. Our train fleet is electric. But I suppose what I'm interested in, and of course we have a $50 fare cap, so going from the bottom up, and yes, Shane, I'm looking at you, the ongoing electrification, I think we're working towards that. They're making public transport more affordable. We're working towards that. I think PC 120 around accessibility, where people live and use public transport, is something that we're trying to do as well. But I'm interested in your last two, and I'm interested in how it's more specifically for me on the children. I think your children's statistic is horrific. The asthma statistic is horrific. I've always known we were quite high for asthma here, and I kind of thought it was all sorts of other things as well. I didn't realise it was probably so aligned with, well, you're telling us it's so more aligned with emissions. So if children were your priority, which of these things would you go for as a priority to try and help our children first?
If children are my priority, I'm a paediatric emergency physician. So what I would think about, all those things are going to contribute. There is no magic bullet. If there was a magic bullet, people would have told you that beforehand, and you guys would have had the common sense to do that as well. So it's going to take all those little things in order to improve things. I would think about making transport free for all children in this city. And my reasons for that are twofold. It improves their ability to move around the city. It stops their parents driving them to places because it's actually free for those children to go to places as well. It also has a generational effect in getting a population used to using public transport. You know, most of us around the room grew up with a car and very little public transport where we grew up. And so for us, it's about a generation of using the car and being used to that. If we can change that generational gap for children and make it that they have free public transport, they get used to using it, that may actually have something that changes things many, many years in the future.
Thank you. We do that on weekends, so that's an interesting thought. When you first started your presentation, you said you may have seen this a couple of years ago and you brought up the stats. Have you noticed, do we have any current stats versus a couple of years ago as a result of electric vehicles and their entry into the market and the uptake of people who may be on the road but aren't emitting the wrong things because they're electric?
Yeah, I think what Alistair said before is that certainly where some things are going in the right direction in terms of the vehicle fleet, I guess, overall is becoming cleaner. We could be doing more about that because there are some things that the government has backtracked on that are not helping. But the fleet is getting cleaner and electric vehicles are playing an important part in that. They're not necessarily perfect because even electric vehicles actually produce air pollution, and that's from brake wear and tyre wear. So if we want to minimise air pollution, then yes, they're a helpful step, but they're not addressing all of the air pollution, and they're not addressing the kind of need to reduce traffic for all of these other kind of benefits that come from that as well. So that still means that public transport and active transport probably push us more strongly in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morris?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the danger of comparing us with other cities, because I hear all the time, oh, you need to look at Amsterdam or you need to look at Berlin. I just had a quick look. Berlin has just over twice, nearly 2.2 times our population, but in only 891 square kilometres, which is Auckland's 5.5 times that. If you do the maths, the density of people in Berlin is 10.4 times the density of people in Auckland. So you can provide public transport. I got a big complaint once about we didn't have an underground railway system like Hong Kong. And I looked at an area of land between Parnell and Ponsonby and there were 7 million people. So when you compare other cities, it's really important you look at a density of 10 times that of what Auckland's got. And then you can provide a lot of the things that look nice and good. You try and do it with a population density of way less than a tenth. And the economics of it become really, really hard. That's all I want to say.
Alf?
Hatamari, he mana. Good morning, Chair. Hatamari koutou katoa to everyone on the committee. Whakawhetai ki a koutou mō tō mahi to the gentleman in front of us. My pātai is on your first bullet point under areas where more progress would make a big difference, and in particular, bike paths. We have struggled to get our children on bicycles where bike paths have been put in particular in the Manukau ward. I can speak for the Manukau ward. Tell us, what should we do to end up getting our children in areas such as the Manukau ward and in Henderson and others to get the bike? I know it's about money and getting the bike, but look, you know, all good putting the bike paths in, all good giving us what you've just given to us, but please give me some ideas that I can at least put to Auckland Transport around the uptake for that. Kia ora.
I'm involved in a research project that's just been happening, which is looking at kids getting to school and what that's like. And we were specifically looking at the effect of the increase in speed limits around schools. But kids talk to us about their neighbourhoods in general, not just about the speed limits. And so they were telling us, you know, what sort of neighbourhood they would like to see if they were going to be getting themselves to and from school by walking, especially. And the sorts of things they brought up were, I mean, yeah, bike lanes are really important, but that wasn't the sort of thing that they brought up when it was about getting them to school. They talked about things like traffic. And they said the roads are really hard to cross and the cars are going too fast. And even if you're on a pedestrian crossing, they might not stop. So that was really, really concerning for them. They were concerned for themselves. They were concerned for their friends. And what they wanted was, they wanted better places to cross. They wanted less traffic. They wanted quieter spaces. They wanted more greenery in their streets. This is what kids were saying they wanted to see. And yeah, traffic in those neighbourhood streets where kids are living and families are living, if we can slow the traffic as we've done before and we should do again, if we can do things so there's less traffic in those neighbourhoods, then that makes those neighbourhoods friendlier for kids. It makes it easier for kids to get around independently, to cross the street, to go and visit friends, all those sorts of things. So that's the thing that really comes through to me in terms of making our neighbourhoods more child-friendly spaces for walking, but it'll help with cycling as well.
I'll leave it at that, Chair. I'll have a cordial with you afterwards when you leave.
Thanks, Alf. No more questions. Christine?
I want to follow up on the question from the Deputy Mayor. There was a very inspiring Mayor of Christchurch, Vicky Buck, who had a policy that everybody became familiar with because it was so often repeated, and that was it was child first. And that had to be the measure against, you know, at the moment we have other measures, financial sustainability, emissions and those sorts of things. But she introduced in a very innovative way back a long time ago now, a child first lens that had to be put over every single policy that Christchurch had at that time. Where it becomes almost nebulous because there's such a challenge before Auckland Council, would you, following on from what Desley said, would you be recommending to us that we try and introduce some lens of that kind that could guide and measure against decision making?
I think a child-first lens is highly appropriate. I mean, as individuals, we almost care about our children more than anyone else in our society. They are our future. And so looking at public policy from the point of view of children first is incredibly important for transport. It's incredibly important for things like alcohol exposure, where shops that can sell vapes are and things like that. There are many, many things. Exactly. You know, there are many, many things which, you know, you deal with every day in the council, which would be incredibly important for children. And by looking at that lens first, I think would be a fantastic idea.
Okay, no further questions. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your insightful presentation and very, very interesting. So, someone like to move that we thank and receive. Thank you. It was Christine and Shane. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have no local board input, and so we move to item 8.1 CRL update.
Point of order, Chair. I think you had a request for local board input. Did you want to explain about that?
So we didn't have a formal request, Julie, so an email to me is not, or a message to me is not a formal request. There is a way to go through it, and we'll stick with that, have done from day one. And just in reference to that, the chair of the Waitemata local board asked, and I gave her the same advice that I gave the other request, better to come back. So thank you very much, but it was handled in the right way. So 8.1 CRL update. So Pat Brocky, John Knight, Mark Lambert, welcome, and all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Good to be here again. In terms of the project works, I've just got the one slide. It's probably an indication of progress on the project, I hope. But the station construction and installation works are largely complete, as mentioned there. We're down to about 250 people on site now across the 3 stations. And a large part of what those workers are doing now is with the what we call snags and defects on site. They can be minor defects, they can be larger than minor. Some of it could just be, as an example, it could just be some painting that has to be done for some marks, to something more fundamental, which could be, for example, a design change or some additional small scope. But largely, it's most of the snagging and defect work that the workers are focusing on now is mostly of a minor nature. We're at the point, though, where we're prioritising that work, particularly for those defects or snags that could be a factor when we complete the project and hand it over to my friends to the right from Kiwi Rail and AT. So those are snags or defects that could be, for example, relevant from a health and safety point of view or operational perspective. With the completion of the physical works and also the urban realm around the stations, our targeted hardship fund is winding down. We're expecting that will close at the end of March, 31 March, with all applications, perhaps bar one, being processed at that point, and we have advised businesses of that closure, the businesses that have been actively using the fund. So that marks an important milestone for the project. Test train running continues, so over 18,000 kilometres. It's gone very well. That includes the timetable testing, and we've got some additional critical timetable testing coming up in April, which Mark and John will talk about. The work The key work that we're doing on the project at the moment is the integration of our station systems, and that's been going on for a while. As you might recall, when I last spoke, we had completed testing the individual systems, as building management systems, lighting, communication, and so on. And then more recently, we've been testing them all together, so the integration of those systems. And that's important that they work well together, and that if we have a situation where we need 3, 4 systems working in parallel, that they do so. And that's through what we call our integrated control system. So that testing continues. It's hard. So whilst we might be, if I quoted a number, 96% of the way through our systems testing, this last few percent are really critical and they're difficult. And they're proving to be that way, but again, it wasn't unexpected. When we complete the integrated systems testing in early April, we then move to our trial operations where AT and AOR play a key role in running stations, and the trains with key roles help. That also includes our emergency systems testing. So that's running various scenarios in the emergency systems, working very closely with St John's Police and Fire Emergency Services. We have 11 live exercises that we undertake during the emergency testing. As an example, just to make it real, we'll simulate fire in the stations, fire on the trains, train collision. And for that emergency testing I would have touched on last time, and I remember the Deputy Mayor offered to help us with our live passengers, or our proxy passengers as we call them. We're now up to, we require 1,600 for the testing over the April-May period. We're up to 1,300. So Deputy Mayor, I appreciate your offer, but we may not need to call on it, but it was very kind of you to offer at the last meeting. Maybe that's given a little bit of encouragement too, so thank you. But those volunteers will be during the week and also weekends, but that's going pretty well. Tapping into those volunteers from Auckland Transport, Key Rail, Auckland One Rail, our own organisation. And then finally, we have a continued focus on what we call the paper mountain within the project. There's a lot of documentation must be prepared. We document all the testing that we do, and then it's the preparation of key submissions for Auckland Council. As one that's very, very important for us is a code of compliance certification of the 3 stations. We're hoping, Link Alliance, our main contractor, are hoping to make submissions to Council in the early part of May with approvals in June. I've said this before, but the relationship with Council's regulatory team is excellent. It's been very supportive, and that continues to be the case. We had a meeting just last week that myself and Barry were at, and again, that relationship and collaboration between Council and the Link Alliance teams preparing the documentation has continued to be very positive and constructive. So we hope that will go well, but there is a lot of work involved. It's often overlooked. You look at the construction works, systems testing, but there's paperwork with everything we have to confirm that we have done the testing. That's through paper, not just word of mouth. So a very important part of the project that is still to come in terms of that approval process. But otherwise, works are progressing in a satisfactory manner. But again, we're at a very critical stage. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, councillors. I've just got a few slides to summarise where we're at on operations readiness. This first slide, as Pat has said, testing and commissioning of the stations is progressing well, both at the individual station systems level, but also between and across CRL stations, but also between legacy systems and the new CRL systems as well. Familiarisation of staff, both in AOR and Downer, our maintainer, is underway in preparation for those trial operations that Pat mentioned in April as well. As we approach day one, just wanted to highlight some of the opportunities that we're looking to implement on day one in response to the CRL station designs. So there's the commercial opportunities which are progressing, and that will obviously offer some revenue to support ongoing operating costs when it opens. The design of the stations have created advertising space. So there's around 25 opportunities for digital screens and some static screens. The digital screens are currently being manufactured by our out-of-home media supplier, MediaWorks. And we've also, through the design work, identified future opportunities as well, which MediaWorks will continue post day one. For example, on the opposite the platforms, there's opportunities for future digital signs when the footfall traffic allows us to, or allowed us MediaWorks to actually get good economic return from additional advertising through the stations. In addition to that, the design has allowed for 6 retail spaces. They're currently in progress and securing leases. And again, we're looking at future opportunities post one for additional retail spaces as well, and a business case is underway for future works around that. Again, when the footfall traffic allows that and makes economic sense. Just an update on the actual timetable and operational testing. As you know, in the second week of Easter holidays, we are looking to undertake further network-wide tests. That covers, again, both the day one service pattern and across network timetable operations, but also looking at the systems tests across both legacy and new CRL systems, such as signalling, train control, customer information, PIDs, etc. As I mentioned at the previous committee, this test is very important. It allows us to identify a soft launch or a graduated launch, which will basically see an improvement in frequencies subject to the test outcome from day one, where we're seeking to go from 20-minute timetable to a 15-minute timetable, or 33% increase 7 days a week. And overlaying on that peak services, which initially would be either existing peak services or in some cases some improvements, but progressively post day one, as part of that graduated approach, avoiding big bang, identifying options where we increase further services on the south and the west in particular. Just one slide on integration across the public transport network. So bus services are being progressively changed to integrate with rail. Many are already go live through new contracts for bus services. Upcoming changes and improvements, Wellesley Street bus improvements will happen in mid-April with relocation of the bus stops. In the south, bus services were already amended in November with some improvements. And from mid-April, we're improving further services with 2 additional frequent routes, and to align with the Drury stations opening middle of the year, we're looking obviously to extend some services to those stations. Then in June, there's further changes to be made to the west services to better integrate with rail and bus, and the final change will happen at CRL opening, where we're ensuring that the timetables fully integrate between rail and bus. John.
Kia ora tātou, Council. Mr Chair, thanks Mark. Just very quickly, what I'll do, I'll give you an update on where KiwiRail are at regarding the Easter works, and then snap through a quick slideshow. So critical path works are on the eastern line for signals commissioning to enable work at Sylvia Park and Meadowbank to be fully optimised. We're finishing off work in the Henderson and the western line, and we're also working south, the vicinity of Papakura and Manurewa, and that's through the 3rd to the 6th. Drury rail stations, as Mark indicated, we continue with the 2 main stations in Drury and Pairata with enabling works. And as you can see from the slideshow, what we have completed and the ongoing construction focuses now on the internal facilities and dealing with some under-track pipelines and finishing off. And Ngakaroa is really enabling works that's commenced, and they're all on target and working well to plan. Henderson Station upgrade, as I mentioned before, that's going heavy during the 3 through 6 April period, and then by mid-April, it'll be available for timetable testing with a project target date completion of the end of June. work on that is, as I said, going to plan, and they're actually ahead of schedule slightly. So that's a good news story happening out west for our customers. I just wanted to cover quickly this slide, which shows you an improvement of the asset. This, on the left-hand axis, it reflects minutes of delayed or disruption to our customers. And on the horizontal axis, it reflects a time chain from January 24 through to the current day, which is the yellow shaded and the bottom right green area of the graph. The lines indicate the disruption caused by the asset to journey time. And as you can see now, the black dotted line that runs horizontally above the blue bar, that's the threshold that we must keep within to run the timetable for CRL day one. And you can see as we're tracking now, the dotted black line and the blue line is where we are sitting, and where we are projected to be. That's as at March, so continuing that downward trend. So this is the message I want to send here to Council: is your investment and the disruption we've made to the people of Auckland is now paying dividend. We can actually run with the reliability of our infrastructure, the timetable. This one here is the projection beyond March. You can look to the right-hand edge again. It's a monthly time chain on the horizontal axis, and on the vertical axis it's delay minutes. You can see we're sitting around 2 minutes 50, which is well below the black dotted line threshold for target to a latter year opening of CRL day one. A quick summary of where we are with the closures. So basically Easter is a full network shut to enable the final completion of some critical path signal work and commissioning and integration of assets. And the 7th to the 12th is a AT level crossing heavy program. We were able to finish off the level crossing program in the limits as shown in the slide. The 3rd to the 15th, as Mark indicated, is the timetable testing. That's the stress testing of the asset. The timetable, the frequency, the running of trains, the roster patterns, and the driver behaviours of the EMU team from AOR. And on the 25th to the 26th, very importantly to remember our servicemen, of which I was one, Anzac Day will be running services for the dawn service, and then we'll assume the network shut after the dawn services to complete other critical path works. Mr. Chair, that's the end of our quick presentation. Happy for questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have some questions? And we've got Julie first.
Kia ora. My question was around the Targeted Hardship Fund, and Patrick, we've talked about this before. Oh, also I should say super excited. That's not a question though. The Targeted Hardship Fund is something I think we can all learn from. It's the first of its kind so far in New Zealand, and I'm really keen that we do some more work with you to learn what worked, what didn't, because we're going to have to probably consider more of this kind of thing. So did you have any initial first reflections you could offer quickly now, and also what would you see as a good process by which we could continue that conversation and make sure we don't lose it as this project winds up? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. On initial observation, I mean, just at a macro level, I think it's been a very good idea. It's been a good facility. I think it's been really important to support the businesses through the disruption that they went through. So valuable in that respect. You know, did it provide all the support that businesses were looking for? Probably it wasn't able to address all ills at that point, but we were doing our best within the facility that we had. I think that obviously businesses faced a number of other headwinds over the last few years. It wasn't just our project, so that was unfortunate in that respect for everybody. We are undertaking a lessons learned across the project, and THF will be an important part of that. I think it's important, as you say, the lessons from that, the learnings from that don't get lost, and we can benefit from that with other projects that could be could impact because they're working in a CBD, for example. So it's lessons learned is a request from the sponsors. We are hoping to have something available before we finish the project. So THF will definitely be part of that.
Cool. So I'm not trying to be sneaky about trying to find out when the CRL will be open, but if I put down to come back to you, to come back in, say, October, to ask for that report, I'm not trying to be sneaky. Is that a good time to ask for a lessons learned report, or is that too soon?
Well, we're just starting on it now, and I think it'll have to go through our board, then sponsors, and then eventually be available wider. Okay. But I'm hoping we are able to produce a report for board and sponsors within Q3 of 26.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Oh, gentlemen. Mr. Knight, starting with you first, if I may. No one's going to be celebrating Henderson Station with 40 million value engineered out. The one question I have is, we lost our bridge to get off the end of the opposite end of the platform. We are building a bridge there which is going to be only for safety, for emergencies, so it's locked. I have learnt that that's because we can't afford turnstiles or to swipe on and off or something. But could we not put just turn gates there so that you can get off the platform and not on? That would at least get hopefully 50% of the commuters into Henderson Square.
Yeah, look, Ken, that's a fair question, and emergency and safety is paramount through that lens. So rather than give you an answer here, what I think we need to do is we need to take that back to the project engineer lead and just see whether that point can be raised as part of the thinking. I'm sure it has been in the thinking. I just haven't got that answer with you. So, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to report back to Council, direct to Councillor, and provide the question, the answer to the question. Is that okay, Ken?
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Mr. Lambert, I'm struggling here to catch up because as I was coming in this morning, I was made aware of the article in the Herald yesterday, which starts by saying, commuters on Auckland's West Auckland line will not get more rush hour trains when the CRL opens. I haven't read right through it yet. I know this, we both know that I've been campaigning to you about timetables. This line is the only line that in the legislation is got named points on it for intensification in the whole system, and yet we seem to be going backwards, not forwards, on the service that's going to be offered on this line. Is it, can you say something to that, please?
Happy to say something. As I said, the off-peak services are increasing by 33%, or that's our proposal at the moment, subject to tests, 7 days a week, including on the Western Line. So that's going from the current 20-minute frequencies to the 15-minute frequencies. In addition, as I've said, we're looking at a graduated launch, progressive improvement of services for the peak, and looking to retain existing services, and then over a short period of time thereafter we roll out an improvement in frequency. So again, there will be an improvement in frequency in the peak. Our expectation going from 6 trains to 8 trains an hour, i.e. what's that, 10 minutes to 7.5 minutes. So there's absolutely an improvement in frequency proposed for all lines.
But aren't we at 12 now?
No, we're 6 trains an hour coming in from the west.
That's not my recollection of our conversation. Okay. I will be ringing you up for another meeting as quickly as possible.
Happy to have further discussion. It's currently a 10-minute frequency in the peak.
Thank you. I wish I was more prepared for this discussion. Thank you. Sorry.
Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Look, yeah, that was one of my questions, so I'll lead off with it. I wasn't going to, but Greater Auckland did a presentation to us where they said that the trial, your trial had shown a decrease, all right, in patronage on that Western Line. So can we get all joined up? Can you contact them and get the clear facts out? They only came to us yesterday as part of the annual plan, and I knew we were seeing you today, and I told them I'd ask that question. So if you could just get us that fact and circle back to Greater Auckland, that would be really good. My other question is, I'll start with Anzac Day. And, you know, thanks for opening the line, thanks for opening the line during the morning till 2 o'clock. That, and then closing it after that, that will need a lot of comms, because the dawn service isn't the only Anzac service in Auckland. In fact, many are 9, 10, 11 a.m. in the morning in the suburbs, as opposed to the main dawn service at the Domain. So I wouldn't want people to have a false sense of the train network is operating to Anzac Day and home again. So just be really careful. I think that's up to all of us as well. Council comms, Auckland Transport comms, everybody. It's going to have to be a clear message that 2 o'clock is the witching hour. My second question to probably Auckland Transport, and I know that we seem to be okay with fuel at the moment, but are we okay with buses during the shutdown of the rail in April, Auckland Transport noting the issues, potential issues around fuel? Are you confident that we'll have, as per normal, a right amount of buses operating during the rail shutdown in April?
Well, firstly, recognising that we accept that customers do not like the rail bus replacements when we're shutting rail, but we have secured rail bus services from our suppliers, including express services which were previously operated over the Christmas block as well. So yes, we have secured those bus services.
And I appreciate some of that as school holidays, which should help commuters, but thank you for that. I'm going to ask a question I seem to ask regularly. Our rail network is comparably absent of advertising to, say, the London Underground, and you've talked about the fact that once it's open, you'll have that media opportunity. Do you have any expectation around what our revenue will be from that? Have you factored that into any budgets? Do you have an expectation?
We have worked this through with MediaWorks, our single supplier for advertising across the whole PT network, and they have taken a market-led approach around the saturation compared with patronage forecasts. So yes, we have considered that revenue, and that's been built into AT's budgets.
I'll leave that last year offline, maybe. And my final question is just sort of an obvious one, and I will reiterate what I've said before, that Sydney Metro told us, and I think you were all there when they told us, test, test, test again, and don't open till you've tested for the insert number time to get it right. So what do you think is our biggest risk at this stage of the program for the CRL? In other words, is there a big risk, or are you confident that everything's tickety-boo? And I'm not going to give a time, but other than saying it's the second half of this year, which is the party line, I think, for when it's going to be open. But is there anything that you're worried about, or are you pretty confident that you will meet that time frame to open? There's no big risks.
That's a fair question, Deputy Mayor. There's no single issue that, in terms of the works, that is concerning us. They're just complex works at this point, and it doesn't pay to get too confident about that, because until you get through it, you don't get through it. So it's at a critical point, and then we finish the integrated systems testing in April, and then it's ensuring that it works well through the trial operations and the emergency response testing with AT and Key Rail and Auckland One Rail. It is a bit of a day-by-day thing. You just don't know what can crop up. It's the unknowns that can sometimes come and bite you, and I think that would be the experience offshore as well. So every day you're just pleased with the testing you're getting through. Sometimes you've got to go back and retest if tests don't succeed, and our key obligation is to hand over to Key Rail and AT a safe and reliable railway. So it's just hard yards from this point. I'm not trying to be evasive. I just think it's a difficult phase of the project, a complex phase, and but there's no single issue that would cause us to have a high level of concern. I think it's just getting through every single test and handing over a safe and reliable railway. And I think second half 26 is still the messaging that we would maintain at this point.
If I could just add, Deputy Mayor, to what Pat said, I think the critical thing is everything we're showing is indicating all of the asset maturity data we have, the analysis we're doing in parallel with the upcoming testing, shows that the systems engineering integration required between a 3.2 kilometre piece of tunnel and an existing network and the level of investment that's gone into that and the design, the access shuts that we've had and the work we've completed is there's no one issue or any issues that are causing us alarm bells or anything at the moment. I think to your point, and having spoken to my equivalent in Sydney Metro and also into Melbourne and into Brisbane Rail and with the consultants we have supporting us both with Mark and AT and us in Kiwi Rail who are from Australia, they reinforce that exact point you made. The testing and the asset smoothing and integration is the critical piece now, and we just have to monitor that and be vigilant. And we feel confident we've done, and the information we've had from people who've observed from outside is saying we have a very good rail network that's ready, subject to the testing and validation, to be open on time.
That's the line I was after. Mark, anything from you?
Nothing other than obviously the trials around the timetable and making sure the existing network is able to support the increase in frequencies.
Thanks, Chair. I'll see you at the sponsors meeting tomorrow.
Thank you. Tau.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Just picking up on what Councillor Turner raised about the number of movements from out west. I think a couple of weeks ago I read that in the future, when it's all up and running, I'll be able to jump on a wagon from Swanson and go basically directly out to Monaco using the CRL. And I thought to myself that's pretty amazing for the West, and most probably amazing for the people out south who want to come and visit people out here. But then taking up what Ken said, and I've read the complete article, and thank you to Councillor Turner for sending it to me. It worries that we're just not, we're not out west, we are being forgotten about, sort of. We're tagged on. And I suppose my question is about, can you give us a guarantee that once everything is up, and I understand why there is some issue about the number of movements from west after it opens, and there'll be a period of bedding in. But can you give us a guarantee that it'll be more than 6 trains per hour?
I can give a guarantee that that's the target, and that's what we're working on, subject to the tests that we're going to take in April and rolling that out. But within 6 months is the expectation that we will be increasing from 6 to 8. And we are testing
from
that in April.
From 6 to 8?
Correct.
And then from 8 to what?
Well, that's a good question, and that's what's next beyond CRL. And we are now into talking 5-10 years horizon, and there's more work that will be required to the network, including the level crossing removal and segregation to permit to go above that, because we do need to obviously look at barrier downtimes for the Western Line level crossings. So increasing in frequency, moving beyond CRL, is still subject to those other projects and those capital works.
Just finally, I can't see the Middle East situation sorting itself anytime soon. And that's sort of, I get the feeling it's a sort of forever heartache for whoever side. Given the price of diesel, I drive a diesel, and oil in particular, how's that going to affect what's coming after the opening day of the CRL?
Well, that's exactly why we want to open the CRL as soon as we can, because obviously our whole fleet is electric. And absolutely, if we want to improve patronage continually beyond the day one business case, the second phase of the business case for CRL identified 18 trains per hour per direction through the tunnels within 10 years. But we need to be looking at how can we bring that forward and how can we actually accelerate additional projects around the network to improve those frequencies sooner rather than later.
And finally, my question that I always ask you, when's the opening date?
I think Deputy Mayor confirmed it was the second half of this year.
Okay, Richard.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Just on the Western, I know we're asking the same questions, but I did ask, I can't remember if it was you guys or it was definitely the last Transport Committee, are we aiming for 7.5 minutes at peak and 15 minutes off peak? And the answer was yes. So I'm still, could we just reconfirm the actual plan for the Western Line and why that was wrong a month ago? Because I was really concerned that that peak wasn't going to be immediate. So how, it was a month ago that everyone sort of sat here and said, no, the aim is 7.5 every 7.5 minutes.
Absolutely correct, Councillor, with a graduated approach to improving those services. Improving peak, off-peak frequencies to the 4 trains per hour and the peak, starting with a soft graduated launch at existing and increasing as quickly as we can to that improvement of 8.
And you're aiming for all the trains to be 6 car, not any 3 at peak times?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so that's one. The other thing, it would be good for us to see, and I did ask last time, and I know there's so much work going on behind the scenes on comms, and I think it was with the other team that was here, but could we have a bit more of that information that we had pre-CRL start, which included, for the West, it's about 20 minutes faster into Waitemata Station, and I think 30 minutes faster into, obviously, this area, because there's no station right now. It would be good to have, yes, the increase in trains isn't immediate, but you've saved 20 minutes each way. It would be good to start telling people, even with things not being perfect, what the actual benefits are, because we keep saying faster, but actually some of those images we had early on, and even on some of the hoardings around Albert Street and stuff, it said, 20 minutes faster from Henderson, 30 minutes faster from Manukau, that kind of stuff. I just don't see any of that anywhere. Maybe it's around, but I'm pretty connected and I don't see it. So it'd be good to have that again, and including for North Shore residents, because I know getting out of the NX2 into Waihotatu will get you 20 minutes faster to Newmarket and out west and other places. Yeah. The other question, just on and I'm not sure it's your teams, but the Wellesley, it's just a two-pronged question. The Wellesley Street is looking great, but those shelter structures have been up since November. I walk past them from the bus most days. Why were they either put up way before the glass was going to go in, or why hasn't the glass come? I know it's some issue about the contractor doesn't want to have them smashed in the intermeeting time and have to pay for them, but why have we not timed that? Who's responsible for that? And are there any lessons learned? Because for me, it's just frustrating seeing those great new bus stop structures for almost 6 months, but we've had these giant fences around them when, if the structure and the glass came together, we probably could have had those fences down. It says they're coming in finished in a couple of weeks, but is it definitely finished in a couple of weeks? And why were they timed out of sequence? Just feels a bit weird that we've fenced some structures for 6 months for those businesses on Wellesley.
Yeah, and through Chair, let me come back to you on that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I assume it's to do with the broader works on Wellesley Street and it linking all together, but I'll come back to you.
Cool. And for Barry, I guess I had heard it was due to it some agreement we have until sign-off date. The contractor is responsible for any breaks that happen. So I think, you know, even if we'd paid them a little more to get it done earlier or something, I don't know. It's just a bit of a frustration when I can see they're finished but without glass.
Through the Chair, I believe that's correct, that the contractor's worried about vandalism or damage that might happen, and those bits can be, if we're talking about the glass, they can be put in towards the end of the works, which I understand is next month when Wellesley Street's completed.
Okay, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. So we're receiving record bus patronage at the moment because the fuel crisis is deepening and shows no sign of turning around. So I guess my question for you is, what have you done or are planning to do to respond to this changing environment?
The wider team is daily looking at bus service capacity and utilisation and looking at where there's potential opportunities to move resources around and to respond to that. So it is being monitored on a daily basis. Obviously a little bit more difficult to do that with the rail network. The rail network, I think, in this week also had its highest day since 2019. So it's certainly going in the right direction, but we're actively looking at capacity and utilisation and where that demand is appearing.
So are you confident with the planned rail closures that the rail replacement buses will have sufficient capacity to, because we've heard reports of buses getting full and people having to wait on the side of the road, and that's not good. So are you looking at capacity for those services?
We are looking at capacity, and as I said earlier, we've secured express bus service replacements as well, which weren't in place at the last closure. So that's an improvement. It is planned, obviously, through the holiday period as well. We are trying to manage that when there's the least demand on the network as well. So yes, we are getting the most buses we can.
So Aucklanders should be confident that they can just access the services that they want to access and use normally. And if there is a rail replacement bus, there will be sufficient capacity for them to do that. Is that correct?
Look, can I guarantee that people will be able to get on the first rail bus replacement that comes along? Not necessarily, because of the changes in demand and etc. Have we put in place the capacity we believe is needed? Yes. We also need to make sure that we do prioritise the works. Otherwise, we will be deferring CRL and potentially other projects such as jury stations, when actually we want to get these improved travel opportunities open to the public as quickly as we possibly can, which will obviously help the situation. So it is a fine balance, and I understand the concern, and we can do our best in terms of the available fleet across the bus network.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Cool. Mike.
Yeah, thank you very much. At the last meeting, we were told that the R&R work, which was always framed as getting the network ready for the CRL, had been completed. And yet we are now getting ready for the CRL with other stoppages, other closures. And so the long series of closures caused by R&R, we are told, have come to an end, and therefore R&R has got things ready for the CRL, but now we learn not quite, because it's a second category of closures, also aimed at getting ready for the CRL, and we're looking at closures on half of Anzac Day and the day after, and also over the Easter holiday, and this has been going on for years. May I ask, let's set aside the confusing signalling to the public here, which doesn't instill confidence. After Easter, are there any further closures planned? Could we learn about that, please?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Lee, thank you for your note. Maybe we could take this offline. There was a formal submission written by the Chief Executive to Councillor Lee on his response last time, clarifying the R&R program and the fact that, and clarifying quite rightly, because we took it very seriously at the last meeting for the confusion. So what I'd like to do is refer to that document that was sent to our good councillor, and I'm happy to speak with him offline after the meeting and take him through the separate programs which are now being done, which were never part of R&R, which were always and have been made quite clear in the submission. So I'm happy to take that offline, Mr. Chair.
It would be good to share this information. My letter to Mr. Reddy was a result of a complaint to me by a newspaper editor because the night of the meeting, that night in which it was announced R&R had been completed, he and his neighbours were kept awake with night work on the rail network. I had no problem with working at night, but it was kind of awkward to explain, especially as the neighbourhood hadn't been told there was going to be major work that night. But anyway, I'm happy to talk. The second question I have is, we heard a comment about it, the work is necessary to get the CRL open on time. Now, last year we were told, when we asked when is the opening date, which is a very reasonable request, given the time and cost that's gone into this project, and given we are now having to defend a 7.9% rates increase, which has been framed due to the costs of operating the CRL. Whether that's fair or not, we'll leave that to one side, but this is a problem we're dealing with. And so I think it's not really confidence building with the councillors, or some of us, and the public, if you can't tell us when the CRL is to be opened. Last year you had a target of a whole year, 2026. Now we're a quarter way into 2026. We still don't have a date or an approximate date. We've got a 6 months target now. And so I don't expect you to divulge what you really know or believe to be the opening date right now, but I urge you, if you want to instill a confidence in the public, especially while we're trying to defend a 7.8% rates increase, which has been framed as due to operating the CRL, you better come back with better information than a 6 month target. That's my advice to you. I have some more questions, Mr. Chair, one more question essentially, and that is the criticism that's coming from Greater Auckland. Now, I don't have anything to do with Greater Auckland, and interestingly enough, over the years, Greater Auckland has actually acted in a role as being very supportive of AT and the, if you like, the transport establishment. However, this criticism about the CRL, about the alleged failure or serious problems with testing, and particularly what they believe is planned for the Western Line, is pretty serious. There's a quote there.
Have you got can you get to the question, Mike?
Yeah, I'm getting to the question, but I want to share this. And I think we have to listen to it very carefully, especially you gentlemen, but also we're in there with you with our record rates increase. It is incredible to me that we've spent all this money on the CRL and the Western Line, set to benefit the most from it, will potentially have a worse timetable than it has today. Now, that may be a bit of hyperbole, but essentially it seems to me that the Western Line will not have transformational services in any way at all. And I'll just summarise the critique, and I think it has to be taken seriously.
Yeah, but can you ask,
insufficient
Mike, can
or
you
worse
ask the question?
services
Can
on
you,
key
can you move
lines
to the
despite
question, please, Mike?
CRL. Western Line gets only limited direct service extras with potential 10 to 15 minute gaps, and probably the most significant one is minimal real benefits and putting the model over people. And that is a real concern. So what is your response and what are you doing about this criticism? Because it's not going away and it doesn't seem to have any meaningful response from the people who are in charge. That's the question.
Thank you, Councillor. As we committed earlier through Deputy Mayor's question, we will come back and summarise clearly what is proposed for day one and a graduated launch of services and frequency beyond day one. That's the advice we have received from international projects to progressively increase services. As I've said twice today, we are proposing to increase the off-peak services by 33%. And
the peak services they're worried about.
And the peak services will either have existing frequencies or an improvement in some cases, not necessarily on the Western Line at day one, but in a progressive increase to 8 trains per hour over a short period thereafter as part of a graduated launch.
Well,
this is not...
The whole idea of RNA, and hundreds of millions have gone into it, is to have everything ready by day one. And you're telling me, from AT's point of view, presumably, that you ain't going to be ready after 10 years and that you need a graduated period.
We don't need to carry on.
I
So,
don't think that's good enough.
yep. So, you've made your point, Mike. We're going to move on. Greg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to pick up on perhaps looking forward a bit further. Mark, you touched on, we're talking today about, this coming deadline, but the work continues thereon. And funnily enough, it was Greater Auckland that spoke to us yesterday about another potential project related to rail after the CRL, and that was to do with investigating the line out to Huapai. Right? In previous presentations, we've been left with the impression that there wasn't capacity really by Kiwi Rail or others to look at that, but potentially after the CRL opened, that might be able to look at. So you may be aware that they are telling us, and they may have told you, that they have private investment to go behind some trains out there, that they'll do up the trains and run them for a number of months. I think it was best part of a year from memory. But there's some sort of financial private-public partnership possible model there, from what we understand. So I guess I'd just like to ask, is that something that's likely to be within either the boards, CRLs, or Auckland Transport's thinking as a possible investigation going forward? They also have probably different numbers in terms of what they think it is to get it up and going and operating costs compared to what we've heard about in the past. So I guess ideally facilitating some sort of possible discussion there to see what they've got on the table if capacity is going to be freed up once the CRL opens.
Yeah, look, thanks, Councillor. I might start off and answer that. I think obviously we have there's a limited capital investment program which has now been expensed against the CRL, the heart of the network, and the wider network works to lift the condition of the asset to run CRL when it opens. And that capital program, which was led by Kiwi Rail to actually fix the rest of the network in terms of the infrastructure upgrades, is nearing completion. Drury Rail Station, Southern Power Feed are the last two major projects. And there is a 30-year program business case called the Rail PBC for Auckland, which is aligned to the Auckland Council Unitary Plan on where we think growth is going to occur within Auckland. That project is led by Kiwi Rail and their business case submissions that go to the Crown for capital investment. At this stage, with respect to Huapai, and I've actually met councillors out there about two and a half years ago talking about this very thing, about extending passenger services. So the concept and the information and the talking is not new. And in terms of opportunity, I think that it certainly needs to be discussed. At the moment, the way in which the investment capital has gone to bring the Auckland Metro network up to standard under CRL and the current investment program, which is expensed at the end of FY20 or December 26, all of the capital program funding finishes, and we're into a new funding cycle. At this stage, there is no intent to upgrade the infrastructure from Swanson to Huapai. It is not on the plan, but there has been design thinking completed by Kiwi Rail to look at what would be required to upgrade the network in terms of the tracks, the formation and the drainage to extend services. And that's in the form of a model business case in very draft form at the moment. So I think it's a very valid question for the people of Auckland and your constituents out there. And I think that's something that certainly is a takeaway today. It's worth discussing. And I'd be quite happy, Mr. Chair, to take that discussion on with Councillor Direct.
Thank you. We're going to go to those who haven't asked questions yet before we go back for Ken for a second. So, Morris.
I'm expecting it. Okay, just two questions. The CRL was jointly announced by Mayor Len Brown and Prime Minister John Key and so on in July of 2013. So this is really for Kiwi Rail. Did you not know from that moment on there was going to need to be a massive upgrade of the existing tracks we have in Auckland, so that when CRL was finally finished, the tunnel and the hole in the ground and the stations around the city, you would need to have those tracks upgraded? Did you not know on that day in 2013 there was that work program going to be ahead of you?
Yeah, Councillor, respectfully, I wasn't in Kira at the time. I'm not trying to deflect the question. That's a very good question. At that time, the national network the asset had been sweated for multiple years. There was no investment. It was a mixed mode freight network. It had no passenger services. They were really making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. So that's a big question, right? So that is a capital infrastructure governmental question that's led from the centre, right? And at the time, our asset maturity would have been poor because we were sweating the asset. There were a lot of things half of life, end of life of type, 50 years for ballast, 25 years for rail, drainage, all of those things are long life assets. Rail and other things are shorter, signalling equipment. So when you look at running a rail network and electrifying it to run commuter services on top of a freight network, that's a massive ask when you have had no investment for multiple years. So did we know about it? We would have known about it. We would have been advised. But it was a huge undertaking, and there would have been a significant amount of capital required to invest that incrementally over successive years. And with health education and everything else that needs to be spent in our country, we probably were third or fourth in the pecking order.
Because I guess the following question then is, did you raise that with both the government and the Auckland Council, because it was a dual effort? Did you raise it with them at that point? If you're going to go ahead with this, we're going to have a massive capital investment into the tracks that are not CRL in order for CRL to function? Because I never heard any of that back then. But you may have. I'm just asking, did you?
As I say, I can't, at the time I wasn't here, but I could come back to you, and I'm sure there would have been discussions held by the learned colleagues at that time who are specialists in rail in terms of what engineering requirements were needed to lift the network up to where it needed to be. Because
it's just that I read all the media releases at the time, and there's nothing in there about, on top of this, we are also going to need to do a whole lot of that. And I tell you why I'm asking it, because I'm copying it from a handful of people, because we're not endowed like the West, where Toe lives, with a train set. We don't actually have one. But some people do try to park and ride and use it, and they keep saying to me, why on earth is the delays and the closures going on and on? Why wasn't this track upgraded well before CRL? That's the question I want to be able to answer to people. Why was this not done 2020 or 2019 or 2018 or whatever, so that by the time CRL was ready to go, those tracks were all up and done?
I would say, respectfully, Councillor, I think this is a funding capital investment prioritisation question from the government. we're an SOE. And I think it's again is the allocation of those priorities for lifting a mixed mode or a freight network to be a commuter network, and then what were the priorities of the time. You know, this is 13 years ago, and admittedly you are right, you know, that, and people have a right to ask those questions, and I think it would come down to funding prioritisation and business case development on behalf of KiwiRail, and then what were the government's priorities.
Yeah, I mean, the centrepiece of this for me, having been the Minister of Transport for quite some time, was it raised with us, and was it said, if you're going to go ahead with this phenomenal project in Auckland, we've got a massive capital investment program we need to get underway, and we need to make sure it's finished well in advance, because this coming at the last sort of 11th hour is causing a lot of anger amongst people who want to use the train regularly. No, it's not on that day, or we're closing it again. And I think Deputy Mayor said some people don't even know which days it is and which it isn't. It's come at the wrong time. I'll leave it at that. But my second question is with regards to paying for something if you don't have it available. KiwiRail's a monopoly, there aren't multiple track providers and so on. When you close these tracks, and you've closed them a lot, do you give a discount to Auckland Transport or the consortium or anything for you don't have to pay track access on the days it's not open? Or do they just carry on paying track access fees for those days even when there isn't a railway line to use?
Yeah, Councillor, yeah, that's built into the annual track access charge in terms of disruption levels of when the network's unavailable or available. One thing I will say to this forum is that we are moving to a partial network closure construct in the future where we don't shut the entire network, because we've now lifted the asset to a condition of reliability at around 98.2%, which is the average as at today of that asset in terms of it being reliable and available for to run services. So going forward, we will be going to a partial network shut. So there'll be reduced closures, more trains, and more options for the people. We still need to have partial network closures to conduct maintenance, but it will be nowhere near as invasive as it was, and it will be well forecasted and communicated to the public.
So I really want to get this clear. If the track is open for 12 months of any 1 year, let's go with a particular year when it was completely open the whole time, there's a track access fee that has to be paid to you for the use of your corridor and use. If you somehow then come to another year when it's dramatically being closed all the time, and some weeks and sometimes more than a week, sometimes fortnights, is there something that reduces the amount of payment you get for your track access fee compared to the year when it was fully available?
So at the moment, the Crown is working with KiwiRail at the moment under the Metro Rail Operating Model Review, which is value and benefit of rail, in terms of the financial value and benefit it gives to the public. And part of that review is looking at efficiencies, economies of scale, and the contractual agreements around funding. So to answer your question is, yes, it is in the thinking. Is it formally in place at the moment? I can't qualify that. I'd have to reread the access charge agreement, but I'm happy to do that and come back to Council and verify, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Maggie.
Kia ora. I suppose not a pātai as such, but more of a comment. He whenua Makaurau advocates for increased public transport, particularly in the areas of south and west. From what I've heard today and what we've seen, the upgrades that are proposed here address those. The increased transport and the frequency, so really keen to get that clarification that's been discussed in this room around that frequency. That's really all from me, Chair.
Okay, so we're into people who are asking their second round of question on this report, and that'll be it. If you're not on this report, you can take it elsewhere because you've already had a crack. So short questions, please. And first up, Ken.
Thank you, very short. No, you're after me. Just a quick one from me, please. So looking at all your stuff, the Western line is being used as a shock absorber to keep frequency, frequency inconsistencies on all the rest of the network as level as possible. Is that right? It says here that, and that's not on the report, it says that some of your reporting here has said that even in the long term, the Western Line may see infrequent, irregular timetables varying from 10 to 15 minutes or more. And I saw something there about that was because of accommodating Eastern Line variations. So is the Western Line being used as the shock absorber to the system variations?
I don't quite understand the question, Councillor, but no, we are not prioritising any line over any one other line. It's a whole network approach to provide connections and the best outcomes for all Aucklanders. But at the same time, we need to balance the network services. So
All right.
the answer is no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Julie has cleared the way for you, Mike, to ask a succinct and to the point question on this matter.
It's not a question, it's actually a response. Yes, Kiwi Rail were aware of the need to do foundation work, which later became RNR, and it was mentioned in the 2015-2025 Regional Land Transport Strategy, and I think the Public Transport Management Plan. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chair. The point is, there is a comment about there'd been no investment in the Auckland rail network for years and years and years, which is completely wrong. The ARC, ARTA, On Track, Kiwi Rail has spent a lot of money from at least 2003 onwards, almost continually, to the beginning of the CRL project. So that is not right. The council has been paying $35 million a year from 2010 to at least 2020 for access charges, and we're now paying close to $100 million a year to Kiwi Rail. So it's not that there hasn't been any work done, nor is it fair and true to say that there's been no money. It's what you guys did with the money in that intervening period, which is the question we should ask. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
No,
Chair,
you don't need to answer that.
I would like to make one point, though, just if I could, Mr. Chair.
You can be equally as quick, John.
I will be very quick.
So you've got 2 minutes.
So just want to clarify between the difference of maintenance and renewing. Maintenance is OPEX, right? So it's constant funding just to keep the asset going. When an asset has got formation that's built in 1870, it needs significant renewals and capital expenditure. So the issue around the funding is, yes, we were funded, but not at the levels required to run a passenger network over a freight network. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Cool. Last question, Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise that I'm not on resolve. It's frozen and I've tried to reboot 3 times. My question is actually to Barry Potter. Barry, you've helped us enormously, and ultimately this is a transformative project for Auckland. It's big, the largest infrastructure project of its kind in New Zealand. It's complex, it's difficult. Our officers appear before us looking somewhat strained at times, but rather than, I think, everyone having the difficulties in terms of getting their minds around the complexity of this, what my question is what can we learn from this? Have you, as our director who's overseeing this process, looked at a documented record? Because, I mean, this has been decades in the making. Have you commissioned or have you authorised anyone to cover this? And why I say that, it was interesting, Maurice Williamson was asking questions around whether or not some of these matters were anticipated. Pre-Nexus, pre-Resolve, pre-board books, I had the privilege of being on the board of Auckland Transport, and I have kept all those hard pink confidential copies of the minutes and the agendas from that time, which led up to a lot of this. And I have kept them and would be very happy to share them, because I think it would provide quite a lot of valuable insight into matters that we are now trying to resolve. But Barry, could you give us some guidance as to whether or not you're having a formal record kept of this that can inform future councils?
Councillor Fletcher, look, it's a really important point. And I'd love to take you up on your offer there. Thank you very much for that. We have commissioned with CRLL a lessons learned exercise that looks from procurement, how that process is run all the way through, how this has gone well and what are the areas that we'd do differently if we were doing this again. It's a really important exercise that, and Pat spoke to that. We'll have input into that process as well. There is a lot to learn from this. It's been an extraordinarily complex project when you think about what has happened coming right up under the city centre on these works to deliver what's going to open later this year is quite something. So the answer is yes. It's a very important activity.
Thank you for that. I'm very pleased to know that there will be a record kept, and I'm happy to share the boxes and boxes of agendas that have been read. The second thing is this is important, and it's important that we have a respectful process for the scrutiny that we now need to involve, but it's also a celebratory time that as a little country, the biggest city in a little country, that we can actually pull together a project of this scale. Is there a way in which we can actually have these briefings in such a way that it's less of an interrogation and more so of a measure of informality? Because I think when I'm listening around the room, and there's people on all sides of the equation, but everyone has their heart in this being a success. So could it be, could there be some further workshops or processes whereby we can come together, and it being less about point scoring or being disrespectful to people asking questions or whatever it might be, because this is the most important thing we are doing. And I would just be grateful for the guidance. And you're a calm and flappable sort of person. What guidance can you give us to make sure that we are acting responsibly in any scrutiny we need to have, but also not vilifying any of the poor staff and officers and things that are coming before us? But it's very dissatisfying to me as someone who's followed Auckland politics for a long, long time to see something that is so important coming before us and it's not being done with that team sense, if you like.
I think when the lessons learned exercises are running and got more mileage behind it, that'd be a well worthwhile workshop opportunity to really be quite open and have a different discussion about this. So that's something that we can pick up with Pat and Mark and John. Look, as we get closer to it, looking forward to when we can take councillors through and actually show you what it's all about. You've been through several times before, but as it gets right to the end and we're looking at just before opening and so forth, what we can do there, I think it'd be a great opportunity for councillors to see it.
One of the reasons I raise this is we're going into an LTP process, and there are other costs, there are other investments that we need to make to really optimise the CRL. So it's really important to me we're bringing all councillors and members of the Aihokura together on this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the report and update. Good to see you all. Thanks for your continued hard work on a reasonably large project. Yeah. Okay, someone would like to move that the report be received. Thank you, Desley. Second. Thanks, Greg. Any discussion? Good. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Next item up is the level crossing removal program update. So, Jane, welcome, and just Jane's last week at Auckland Transport this week before she relocates to sunny Bay of Plenty. So thank you, Jane, for everything you've done in your time at AT, a few roles. So thanks very much, and enjoy the Mount and Tauranga.
Thank you, Councillor Baker, and I am just commuting because I'm keeping a foot in Auckland, so thank you. So we're here to present on level crossings. First of all, I'd like to introduce Tom Willits, who's with me today, and he's going to largely take you through the presentation. Tom is our Head of Level Crossings, and he is all over the Level Crossings program. So the reason we're here today is that last year Council approved funding to progress the Level Crossing removal program. And a condition of that funding was that we'd come back to the committee to report on how the program was achieving value for money and the way that we're ensuring urban outcomes are progressing alongside the transport outcomes. So just to remind councillors, the program is made up of a number of projects. So there are the level crossings that have been closed over the last 2 years. That's those that were required to be closed prior to CRL Day 1. And then there are the 3 station access bridges that are being provided again prior to CRL. The funding that was received was for the Takanini Road bridges, and then there is the further business case work that is progressing for the Western Line removals. So just to give you a bit of an update around what we've done in the year since we so I'll just put that up there, just what we've done in the year since you provided the funding. So we've designed and consulted the public, and we've also made significant construction progress with some cost savings that Tom will outline on the 3 station access bridges. And they're on track to open mid this year. And that will mean that there'll be no pedestrian level crossings on the southern and eastern lines north of Papakura once they're closed. With the Takanini Road bridges, we've now updated the concept designs, and we've also acquired a number of properties, and we're on track for a construction start in 2027 with a constructor almost on board. And then we've also begun the essential planning work for the Western Line level crossings, and that's included multiple meetings with councillors. Many of you have we've met with local boards, freight and businesses. And we have now the funding for the investment case and the route protection, and that's going to accelerate the progress. So I'm going to hand over to Tom just to talk in more detail around the program, and then to take you through some of the cost savings and also the progress.
Thanks, Jane. Morena, tēnā koutou katoa. First, a reminder on what the program consists of. To date, there are 39 level crossings remaining across the rail network, and as we've spoken about in the previous session with my colleagues from CRL and Kiwi Rail, we need to remove the level crossings to unlock more frequent trains, to make the most out of the rail network, and to keep Tāmaki Makaurau moving from a road network traffic perspective. As well as those 2 network benefits, removing the crossings will provide significant safety improvements, and it also supports the urban regeneration, development and integration within the city, particularly on the Western Line, which we've spoken a lot about this morning. So you can see the locations of the level crossings on the plan there. There are the first tranche of work which Jane has mentioned, but the funding was brought forward early last year consists of the priorities on the southern line, which includes the station access bridges currently under construction, and then the road crossings just north of Papakura in the Takainini area. Just noting that our next priority or next focus area is the Western Line. As we've mentioned, we'll be progressing the business case throughout the course of this year, particularly focusing on the inner west, but we are taking a program-wide approach. So we're taking the whole of line into consideration during the development of that business case, and to prioritise the crossings accordingly. Bit more detail on progress in relation to the Takainini and Glen Innes schedule. So you can see on the plan there, essentially we've made really good progress on the station access bridges. They are due to be operational with the new lift shafts and pedestrian bridges by the middle of this year. From a road bridges perspective, we are well developed in the concept design. That's due to be complete in the coming weeks, at which point we will be consulting with the public to get their feedback on our proposals, with due to complete the reference design and lodge for consents towards the end of this calendar year. So this slide again provides a bit of a closer look at the locations of the Takainini cluster, just confirming that the road bridge crossings which are numbered in orange there, 1 to 5, are currently in the design phase, and the 3 station access bridges, one of which is shown there at Takainini train station, are well into construction. One of the challenges set to us as a programme team in bringing the funding forward to us to make the best use of the block of lines ahead of City Rail Link opening later on this year. And this data provides an overview of what we were able to achieve predominantly over the Christmas block of line there. So working in collaboration with Kiwi Rail and CRL requirements. I won't go through all of those numbers, but essentially we were able to complete 100% of the planned works. We had over 200 staff on site. We were able to construct 3 bridge columns, 4 lift shaft structures completed, and as is the goal for the programme, we were able to remove 2 pedestrian level crossings during that block of line. So we were able to make great progress and really make the use of those pre-CRL blocks. From a road bridges perspective, as I've mentioned, we have our design consultancy and we also have our constructor on board as well to provide early contractor input during the design phase to really help make the most efficient design for construction. We are underway on site in terms of site investigations to understand where our utilities are and undertake other ground topographical investigations, etc. And as I've mentioned, we're due for public engagement once that concept design concludes, kind of mid-April onwards. Property acquisition is going really well within the area as well, and James provided an overview of that at the introduction of the session. So what I wanted to touch on next is how we've been able to achieve value for money and make these crossings more affordable. I've got something to report back on the station access bridges, which, as we said, are well into construction. So we are currently forecasting savings of between $9 and $15 million against our funded budget of $92 million. And we've been able to achieve that through using modular design, precast elements, which means a lot of the work that can be done off-site and brought into position, making best use of the pre-CRL track access. Again, that early contractor involvement during the design phase has made for the most efficient and cost-effective design. We have a strong client-led team as well, which are able to closely manage design and contractors in order to deliver the works efficiently. And we also have independent estimators, so we're able to assess the costs regularly throughout the design at different stage gates. I would note as well there is cross-organisation governance associated with the programme, which includes representatives from AT, Auckland Council, and Kiwi Rail, which has helped us make some key decisions. So I won't go through all of these, but I just wanted to demonstrate that some of those mitigations are really closely aligned with the Auckland Council's Better Value Project principles, as you can see up there at the top of the slide, use of standard designs, managing consultancy and consultation costs, etc. Our challenge now is to bring those concepts through into the rest of the scheme, and we will continue to do that and build momentum into the road bridges project and again over to the Western Line. So we have developed the 6 strategic objectives there, which you can see on the bottom of the slide, which are aligned with the investment objectives, but also the council's and AT's statement of intent and what we want to achieve from the project. One thing of particular note is that network strategic objective. So the overall aim of the programme is to enhance the reliability, accessibility and efficiency of the transport network. We need to do that for the final scheme, but we also need to do it throughout construction as well. In terms of urban integration, that is a key consideration for us. I'm not sure why it skipped ahead then, but I'll just jump back. So I think as we've mentioned, particularly on the Western Line, there's a real opportunity for the level crossing replacements to align with urban intensification and regeneration within the area. There are, as you can see by the dots denoted on the plan there, due to Plan Change 120, some real opportunities to align what we're doing with the objectives to intensify the urban realm and increase the number of houses in close proximity to public transport. There's a couple of scenarios there. Again, I won't go through these in great detail. On the left there, you've got the existing scenario. If we were to grade separate the crossings, you can kind of get an indication of the footprint and the lands that might be required to do that in that central image. And then the right-hand image provides a road closure scenario with a pedestrian or active mode bridge, which spans the rail network. And it just gives an identification of the potential urban intensification or opportunities around the replacement of these crossings. So how are we going to achieve that? We have set up an urban integration working group, which is represented by Auckland Transport, Technical Urban Expertise and the Urban Design Office. And those partners are represented again throughout our governance structure. We are working very closely with the Urban Design Office. They have provided their priorities across the network, so that enables us to align with those from a transport perspective. And that thinking is both the Takanini and the Western Line, so we're taking a programme-wide approach. One particular example that I wanted to show of how this is coming into fruition. So at Takanini, this is the new Manuia road bridge that we're looking to construct as part of the scheme. The original design had embankments which are shown in the shaded purple area on the top right hand image. Through the design process and working with the design office, we have opted to use retaining walls, which significantly increases the residual land that's available adjacent to the road bridges. So yeah, again, providing more usable land post implementation of the scheme. From a Western Line perspective, we are being notified about future resource consents and property acquisitions. So in the future, we are able to act upon those if necessary. Obviously, the Western Line has been a key focus of interest for the group today, and it is a high priority for us. There are 21 level crossings remaining on the Western Line. The little pink dots there are crossings that have been removed prior to CRL to enable CRL to operate. And as Jane's mentioned, we have acquired the funding to progress the investment cases and route protection for these schemes along the Western Line. So we've got real momentum now, and we'll be looking to progress at pace throughout the course of this year and future years. I'm not going to go into all of these benefits. I think a lot of this information has been shared before, but just a reminder, there will be a number of trade-offs that we'll have to consider as part of the Western Line, essentially to grade separate each one of those level crossings. We're within the order of $5 billion, which is like to be unaffordable. To close them all is obviously at the lower end of the scale, but causes significant unacceptable traffic disruption. So we'll be looking for a balanced approach of separating the strategic road crossings and pedestrian crossings, and we're looking within the order of $2.5 to $3 billion for the whole programme along the Western Line. So it will be key for us to consult and to work alongside council and councillors in order to make those decisions and agree what those trade-offs might be. So throughout the course of this year, we will be coming back to this forum. We are adopting the NZTA decision-led approach. So some of those key strategic decisions, such as emerging preferred options, will come back to this forum for a decision. Bit more detail on the steps that we'll be taking throughout the course of this year. We have a lot of evidence, but we need to conclude that evidence in order to confirm those preferred solutions, which will then allow us to designate the land requirements and progress into design and build. We are aiming for an initial draft business case planned for the fourth quarter of this calendar year, 2026. Initially, and we have had initial conversations with a number of people, councillors around the room, so we're in a process of raising awareness for the programme, understanding the trade-offs and the challenges. We're out in the community at the moment, speaking with mana whenua at key public events, Lantern Festival, Pacifica, etc. And that will roll out into more involved public engagement throughout the course of April and May, aiming for late 2026 to have the preferred options for our first crossings and emerging options for the more complicated crossings to inform that business case due by the end of this calendar year. And that's it from me. Hopefully that provides a good update, and we'll open it up for questions.
Good work, Tom. Thank you. So first question, Tote.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'm worrying about the figures that are popping out of this presentation between 2 and 5 and 5 and $10 billion. So just put that up in the back of your head here. And my questions are not only who pays, and what's KiwiRail's contribution to the exercise, and in terms of the Western Line, are we only looking at maybes, not what is going to happen? I mean, has it been approved yet, or who's giving the approval? Is it council? Is it government? Is it KiwiRail? Blah 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 blah. Those sorts of questions.
So the first question around KiwiRail contribution, at this stage for the Western Line, the funding model or the funding would need to be worked through, but in all likelihood it will be a Crown local share shared in the normal way that these types of transport projects are. But obviously KiwiRail is working alongside Auckland Transport, and it will be Auckland Council in terms of the works that are required within their corridor to support this. In terms of is it a maybe, at this stage on the Western Line, it is so as part of the program business case that was prepared for rail, the level crossings that required closure were identified, and this is the further investment work to understand in more detail, so the funding has been received for that, in more detail which level crossings and the sequence in which you may do it, and have some greater understanding of what the costs would be and the impacts would be on that line. There is no funding at present to deliver any of the in any of the closures.
Thank you, Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, To, I'm listening to that as well. First, thank you for your value for money statements and explanation around that. That gives me a lot of confidence too. But I suppose that, yeah, following on from To, my big question is, with the CRL opening this year, are we confident that the level crossing program will be able to move at sufficient pace to safely allow the expansion of numbers and train frequencies over the next decade without coming across regulatory hurdles? For example, do we think that we can sort out the critical crossings before the rail regulatory says, no, you can't put on more services because it wouldn't be safe? Or is that simply dependent on getting the necessary funding at the right time? That's a big risk.
Thanks, Desley. Councillor Simpson. In response to that, we are well progressed with all of the requirements needed for pre-CRL day one. There are only relatively minor works left to be completed, and they are well on course to be completed by the middle of this year, giving sufficient flow for the operation of CRL. So we have a high level of confidence that they will be delivered. It's a very low risk.
And perhaps if I can answer the second part of the question in relation to the progressive closures as we move forward. In terms of the program delivery, so the first answer to the question is that the current barrier arm downtimes will remain the same as they are for when CRL opens on the Western Line. So there is the barrier downtime will remain the same. In terms of the program, there would need to be funding that would be delivered so that these could be delivered in line with the timetables as they progress. But we, at present, the progressive increase of trains is aligned with the timetable for the future delivery, but subject to further funding being received to enable that to occur as it moves forward.
The planning's concurrent, that's what you're saying?
The plan is concurrent, yes, and so we're working towards that. Yes, but as I say, there would need to be progressive funding delivered for the further Western Line work.
Shane.
Thank you. There's been a couple of questions around it, but I just want to drill a fine point to this. So how much funding from central government has been announced for the Southern Line, and how much funding has been announced so far for the Western Line?
I would have to come back to you on the specific details around that. There is funding that has been brought forward for the Southern Line, and there is further funding, but I can come back to you, Councillor, on the exact numbers.
Okay, but have the government committed to the Western Line and put any funding behind it yet?
In terms of the delivery of it, not at this point.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Coming back to the Southern Line, and I'm very pleased with the work that's taken place to date. The slide where you're talking about the maximising residual land opportunities, and you referred to the example at Oakley Ave. I mean, the officers have talked with Councillor Winiata and I about quite a lot of this, which has been really helpful. The decision with respect to the embankments going is quite a statement, because that appears to have been. Is that a more settled argument than just a proposal? Because whilst I can see the value of the savings by giving up on the embankment option and just going to the hard retaining wall, there are some urban design implications for that. So is this a settled argument on a value for money discussion, or is it just a proposal that's up for further consideration?
Thanks, Councillor. Great question. I think everything at this stage is subject to consultation. So we have essentially used that as a working assumption to bring into our concept design. That will follow public consultation and engagement with local boards, councillors, etc., to really get that feedback and help refine the concept design for us to take forward into the next design phase. So no, I wouldn't suggest that's hard and fast. I guess from a project perspective, we believe that it's a good opportunity to progress and improves the value of the land and the residual land that solution provides. But yeah, we do need to seek input from public and other key stakeholders before it's locked in.
Okay, so I sort of feel like I'm channeling former Councillor Darby here. So if we're talking about that as an example, and we're going to have a discussion with the public on that very shortly, are we looking at, for example, design features to try and mitigate that? For example, planting right on the wall, on the wall edge around the retaining wall to reduce that hard effect. Noting that the embankment was a softer option, albeit taking more land. I mean, do we have those renders available yet for that consultation to give some hope that we're not still? I mean, it would look like a great big prism, that bridge right next to the developments around it.
Again, I think this is where our relationship with the Urban Design Office and our urban planners come in. There have been some really good examples of us being able to uplift the aesthetics, shall we say, of retaining wall structures that we would look to bring into this design. We're not at a point yet where we have renders available of what that might look like, but we can provide other examples that have been used in other locations as part of that consultation to inform the decision.
Okay, and with respect to, I mean, great work on the pedestrian access bridges at Takanini and Timahia. Just with respect to Timahia, land access from the eastern side. Sorry, can you just give briefly how is that going at the moment?
So this is from
the western side from Great South Road. I know that it's a difficult station because of the constrained access from either side. But sorry, can you just refresh me in terms of the work on the eastern side access?
So the eastern side being Ferguson Street side.
Yeah.
So that is currently closed due to the construction works, and we have replacement transport in place for passengers that need to make their way to the other side, because as I'm sure you're aware, it was quite a thoroughfare to get to Great South Road. But that access will be opened up as part of the works finishing in the middle of this year. So we're currently constructing the lift shaft in that location. We'll use the upcoming pre-CRL block of lines to complete the works in undertake the final lifts for the bridge structure, etc., to open up that access as soon as possible.
Okay, my one final question. Thank you, Chair, for indulging me on this. But with respect to the forward works for the vehicle access bridges, has the Papakura local board been advised yet on the revised route that you're looking for in relation to Turanui and Walters, and also to the question around whether we actually proceed with or drop the access bridge at Spartan?
So the local board has had those options presented to it, but we have not submitted for a formal resolution because that will follow the public consultation. So on each one of those three aspects, that would form part of our consultation, and then we would present the resolution back to the local board for a final decision. having had that
Right, Chair.
from the
Chair, I'm not gonna speak to this item later, but just to say to the officers, thank you very much for the work to date, and I strongly support the proposed approach at Turanui Walters, and also to the officers are aware of my views in relation to Spartan. Thank you.
Thank you, and just heads up, I'm intending to go to lunch at 12:30 or at the end of this item, whatever comes first. So, Mike, last question.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on the focus on achieving value for money. Obviously, this is going to be needed. Also, congratulations on AT moving ahead with a bridge approach for Takanini rather than a tunnel approach. I think the original plan was for a tunnel or tunnels, and the people in the local community pushed back. And while I was still a director of AT, I was quite happy to support the bridge approach. In terms of value for money, I take the point raised by Councillor Filipina in terms of the costs for the Western Line, the projected costs. We are talking about here something equating to building the CRL itself. Presently, we've got over $500 million dedicated for the Southern Line, or parts of it, and it's budgeted as a rail project. But essentially, when you think about it, these level crossings are every bit related to roadworks rather than railworks. In fact, you could argue that they benefit cars and vehicle traffic rather than trains. We often used to hear about bus priority in the city. I'm quite surprised, given the cost we're looking at, that there seems to be no consideration about at least experimenting or modelling increasing the downtime of the bar downtime at level crossings to see how that works in terms of train slots. So the question, I guess, is why, or let's put it this way, has AT investigated the merits of extending barrier downtime on these level crossings in terms of enabling greater productivity for train movements?
So in terms of the Western Line, all aspects will be considered as part of the business case. At this point, those investigations, as I said, are commencing.
So just to confirm that, so there's been no modelling at all on the impacts of extending or indeed decreasing barrier downtime at all. Is that right?
So the program business case for rail looked at a high level at all options. And as I said, the investigations moving forward will look at all of those options to consider from a value for money perspective and an efficiency perspective across all modes, and from a safety perspective, what is best or what would work for the Western Line.
Sure. I just want to make one final point here. I'm a little bit concerned, given the controversy that's arisen around services on the Western Line, that we don't know, as decision makers, the merits or the details of the impact of barrier time on traffic flows and on train movements. I think that should have been key information in relation to the CRL, and as I said, given the controversy, it may be helpful that it is feasible to alter the barrier times to enable more train movements on the Western Line, rather than looking at, you know, $2 to $5 billion of capex and the rest, I guess.
I think there's probably two slightly different questions there, Councillor. The first in relation to whether modelling has been done for CRL around barrier downtimes and train frequency and impacts on the network. The work has been completed and has been looked at. The question around the spending of, or the estimated cost of the 2.5 billion and how that might be worked alongside the barrier downtimes and timetables, that is part of the business case work that is being completed for the Western Line.
Can we have that information, please, on the barrier downtime?
I'm sure I will speak back with the colleagues and make sure that if that's available, it will be provided to you.
Follow up, thank you.
Maggie.
Kia ora, tuatahi tēnei te mihi ki a koe for this presentation. I'm particularly interested in the public engagement part, mention of mana whenua. How are you enabling tangata whenua narratives and cultural expression to be incorporated in the design outcomes?
Thank you for the question. It is a key outcome for us. So as well as the urban working group and rail working groups, we also have kaitiaki forums. Mana whenua working groups. We have a well-established forum where we're working closely with the local iwi on the Southern Line, so those associated with the Takanini road crossings and station access bridges, and we are just establishing that forum for the Western Line as well. Our goal is to bring those outcomes through into the business case, so that they can be developed right the way through the design phase and into construction. It does lend and is part of our communities and partners strategic objective that I showed on the slides previously. So yeah, there are, you know, we will be targeting key performance indicators and making sure that we meet the requirements of AT's and council statement of intent and business plan in that regard. Just last week, or was it the week before, we held a cultural induction for the whole team down at Takanini, where we encouraged our whole program team, but also our suppliers to attend as well, so that everyone has a good understanding and we can build it mana whenua outcomes into what we do.
Okay, thank you both. No more questions, so you can step back. Is someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Second. Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? None? All right, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. And against carried. And at 12:27, ahead of the 12:30 break, we will break for lunch. I'm aware that there are a number of people who need to leave earlier this afternoon, so we'll go for half an hour. I was going to go 45 minutes for our breaks, as soon as we all have to go off site. But we know there's people wanting to leave this afternoon, so half an hour gives you time to charge across the road and get a pie, Morris. Okay, so we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. And for those of us who are here, make your way back to your seat. Alistair has taken the hot seat. So welcome back. We will reconvene the meeting, and we are up to 2 online, and we're good. So we're up to 8.3, the Auckland Transport Quarter 2 Performance Report. So Alistair, sitting in for Claire.
Yes.
So welcome along.
Thank you, Chair. And look, following your direction, will be brief. I'd just like to note in the Q2 report that there's some good progress. 41 out of the 42 deliverables in the Statement of Intent are on track. 16 of 24 SOI targets are on track. I think the ones I'd just like to highlight, there's a number relating to PT utilisation, which aren't on track, PT boardings, utilisation on frequent routes and farebox recovery. As a result of that, we're recommending that there is a deep dive provided to this committee on public transport performance at a later date, and also recommending that as part of a future update to this committee that there is a deep dive into capital delivery. The report in front of you notes that Q2 capital expenditure was 76% of budget, but it is forecast to increase to 90% by year end. Finally, I'd just like to note that Auckland Transport depreciation is materially higher than budget, and this is due to a revaluation of roading assets. There is a review of that currently being undertaken to reassess the asset values, which will impact on depreciation. That's probably all I want to say and highlight, and it's probably appropriate any questions be directed to Auckland Transport.
Okay, and just a reminder, this is a Q2 report, so it's looking back, and so it's not the normal monthly update. So welcome up Dean, and also want to welcome up Richard Leggett, who is the soon-to-be former chair of the Auckland Transport Board. So Richard, great to see you, and thank you for being here. And so, Dean.
Thank you, Chair. I won't really add a whole lot to what Alistair said, but it was a good succinct summary, which is a nice way to handle things. Can I just talk a little bit, though, about some of the progress we continue to make? So that was a Q2 report. That's to the end of December. Just to assure councillors and this committee that we're very focused on, well, what is the gap between current performance, particularly around public transport, the capital program, the sum on DSI and Maori procurement? What is the gap between where we were at that point and what we need to achieve to deliver by the end of this financial year, which is in June? And so the team have been working very hard on that and have understood the size of the challenge to get to where we need to be. We reforecast all of our SOI deliverables. We reported to the board in February on those. We believe that we will be there or thereabouts on the capital delivery, which will then pull Maori procurement. DSI looks like it might be there or thereabouts as well. It's just quietened down a bit, thank goodness. Public transport, notwithstanding a booming March, we're not convinced we'll get there from a total boardings, therefore utilisation. The revenue ratio, which is that contribution from users to public transport as a percentage. Our target's 34%, currently sitting at around 33.1. We may get there, just depends really what happens with this fuel crisis that's in front of us. So look, a lot of good work, irrespective of the impact of transport reform. We have the team very focused to the extent they can on delivering business as usual. Some good highlights there in the program. You've been updated on City Rail Link rail level crossings this morning, but we've gone out with some big bus tranche contract renewals, which we've been able to secure very good prices, the level of service we want, and the continued strong transition to full electric, which I've also heard you mention this morning. This morning we also, and Richard can talk about it because he was there, Great North Road was formally opened. It's another great investment. So a lot of good things been happening. Eastern Busway continues. So those highlights are mentioned in the report. There was another question put before us, just to give a brief update on fuel and how Auckland Transport's handling that. Would you like me to touch on that now? Is that useful? So I've made a few notes. I'll just refer to them. Look, first of all, like everybody else, we're continuing to monitor that pretty closely, and we're very aware of the impact on people, people in Auckland, visitors, etc., those that need to run a business. And so we're working closely with Auckland Council, the other public transport authorities, Minister of Transport and the Ministry, Auckland Emergency Management, to make sure we've got a joined up approach. But we're doing three specific things, which I thought was just worth touching on at a high level. First of all, let's talk about public transport. We see an opportunity to promote public transport. You've heard Stacey and Rachel and many others talking about that. So this is, we can promote the cost effectiveness, half the price. We can promote concessions for students, free for children on weekends, $50 fare cap, all of those things. So we're taking every opportunity to promote, and that's in part with the strength of the month of March, and the promotion. We think we will get a bump in patronage. So that's a good thing. 25% of the vehicle fleet is electric, so we're having a look at how we will respond if fuel becomes more closely managed and rationed. We will follow the National Fuel Plan in that sense. It's got its 4 levels, we're in level 1. And so we have a contingency plan around what that looks like. Okay? So we will follow that, and we will work with other agencies ensuring implementation. Our hope is that public transport remains an essential service so the city can still function. In terms of staffing, work from home is an option, but for a utility organisation like Auckland Transport, it only applies to a relatively small percentage, maybe a quarter of our staff. The rest of them have to be out in the job, so work from home is a limited option. That's the reality, but we will of course look at that. We're encouraging all employers, and we strongly encourage Auckland Council, take up fair share, encourage your own people to get onto public transport. You're not. And you need to be. And we're looking at route planning, etc., etc. We're looking at where we can also bring or accelerate electric vehicles into the fleet, which gives us that energy resilience, fleet resilience. We've also done a lot of work understanding our capital and maintenance programs. So everybody's very interested in public transport, but there's as much, if not more, financial impact on the capital and maintenance programs. Bitumen would be a good example. So we're having a look to see what is the nature of that impact, how might we manage our maintenance capital programs if they become affected either through heavier restriction or costs. Now these costs will turn up in the form of indexation on contracts, including public transport contracts. So there will be a cost impact, a rate and a tax impact. We're just yet to see that play out and what that looks like. You will have options which you will need to consider. Do we slow down the level of service? Do we change the service offering? Or do we fund the additional cost? Those will be options put to this group as funders when we get to that point in time. We are not at that point in time yet, okay? Question about what we do with CRL and the timetable testing in April. Our strong advice is just continue with it. You've got a big trade-off. If you don't continue with the timetable testing in April, then you're going to lift and shift risk into both when it opens, but also the quality of that opening. So if you stick with the opening and you haven't done the testing, it will play out badly on day one. Because you're not sure about the things that you need to have tested. So strong advice is you stick with it, you hold your nerve, and we don't step back from that. That's probably a quick summary across the top on how we're looking to manage fuel. Happy to take any questions on both Q2, where we're at, and fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Richard, do you want to have anything to say now, or you want to hold your...
I might hold mine until after the questions, then I'll have my little final goodbye.
Excellent. Okay, questions, Julie?
Kia ora, thank you, and thanks, Chair. So I just had a couple of quick questions, I think. One is, you mentioned the Road Safety Action Plan, and really good to see that work happening and adopted in Q2. Can we get a briefing for elected members on it? I can't find it anywhere online, and we're obviously, it's 2025 to 2027 timeframe. During that timeframe, we pick up governance in this role. So can we get a briefing on it?
Yep.
Great, that would be really good. Just noting, as one of the people in that DSI number for Q2 as well, Q3. No, anyway, it doesn't matter. The public transport utilisation stuff you've mentioned about South Auckland, I was really interesting to note there this focus on South Auckland, which I think is smart. What involvement are you having with local boards in that area to look at what intel they might have, what help they might be able to provide? And also, is your perception that the general train disruption stuff that we've had over the last few years through R&R, has that been a factor for the South Auckland patronage in particular? So, sorry, two prongs there.
Yeah. Look, speaking for the public transport team, they will absolutely be involving the local boards, but I will double check on that. I'm speaking on the principle of how we do things, okay? So I have no other expectation that will be occurring. If anybody knows to the contrary, let me know, but I will follow through. The utilisation issue is dominated by bus patronage, so that's where the issue lies, not on the trains. The trains might have had some impact on utilisation, but it's predominantly a bus-related patronage issue. But it's important that we understand it so that low utilisation and accessibility and affordability, all of those things come together, and we've got a balanced approach in that, and we've got a model that we use. So just because you've got low utilisation doesn't mean to say you won't provide the service. It means that we need to think about the affordability of that service going forward, maybe what the frequency is, what the route is, how we better promote. So there'll be a whole range of things in the process of understanding what is the situation, what are we going to do about it, what should be different.
Great, and I think all of those things are things those local boards will probably be able to help you with more than most of us around the table, acknowledging the ward councillors, I'm sure would have some good input as well. Thank you.
Elf.
Tēnā koe here, mana, Chair, and tēnā koutou katoa, gentlemen. Look, I've got three very quick questions. One is around the surplus from operations year to date. And that surplus, what happens to that surplus? Where does it go?
Any surplus becomes yours. Yeah, it's just unspent funding.
Okay. So supplementary to that, transport officers. I know that when the CRL opens, and I know that also there is continual transport officers being trained by your team under John Strawbridge. So, Dean and Richard, more importantly, is there any of that budget, can that budget be spent for the training and hiring of more transport officers?
That would become your annual budget decision choice. Typically, the way that we will look at budgets is we've got budget provision for certain activities, and one of those activities is parking officers and transport officers. We're thereabouts on that. 18 million is a lot of money, but it's a relatively small amount on the total operating budget. So I don't want to say that it's not important. It is important, but it's a relatively small margin on a large number. When we don't spend it, that becomes unspent monies, and you as a governing body committee will have the opportunity to think about especially because this is going to be your domain in the future, how do you want to allocate your money? You might want to allocate it in different ways, and if one of those is parking officers and transport officers, then that will be a good debate to have.
In regards to the road safety action plan that you mentioned and delivering on strategic direction over the next 18 months, who do I see in regards to some of the aspects of the action plan, please, road safety?
Yeah, so what I recommend is that that road safety action plan could become a workshop for all councillors. It is our way of responding to the new legislative requirements, us thinking about what the road safety issues are across local boards and particular areas of concern. So I think the best thing is to bring that in, and Teresa Burnett and the team will share with you what we are thinking, where we think that attention should be, keeping in mind it's been approved by the board, and of course I think that'll be opportunity for good engagement.
So who do I see? You?
You'll see me. I consider myself seen.
Okay.
And we will arrange with Andy and Barry for a workshop at the right time so you can all get access to it.
Copy. Last part is Māori procurement, and you've said that it's under target and the reasons have been outlined. When do you think we'll be heading into hopefully achieving the goal that was set in regards to the performance, please?
Yes, so what we notice is that the Māori procurement follows very closely the overall capital program delivery. And so as we shift from that 78% up towards 90, you'll find that 2.75% on Māori procurement will pull itself towards the 3%. So we're expecting those two things to follow each other. So at this stage, I'm expecting to achieve that if we achieve the capital program. Yep.
Kia ora, Chair, and I reserve my right to speak, and it's only going to be acknowledgements to two of the three that are there. So I'll wait till the speaking comes up. Kia ora.
Don't feel marginalised, Alistair. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Two quick questions, and just picking up on your comments around the developing fuel crisis. Just wondering how we're publicising the Community Connect scheme for community services card holders, because I understand the take-up of that is fairly low, and we'd be expecting it to raise it.
I'll come back to you on that. I don't know the specifics of it, sorry. The team will be across it. I've heard it discussed, I just don't know what the answer is.
Cool. Yeah, I just ask all my colleagues to publicise that if they can. Are we ready on a broader level for an uptick, maybe a huge uptick in public transport patronage?
Our utilisation figures would tell us that we are. So yeah, we have the capacity, but we also have spare capacity in the system. So if on our most frequently travelled, so it feels like, oh yeah, here we are, we're back again. On those rapid frequent corridors, we're able to apply additional capacity as required, or if required, sorry. So we do have capacity in the system. It might mean that customers might not catch the first bus, they might catch the third one, but it's a turn up and go service as well. So there is capacity there. If the capacity turns up outside those rapid frequent corridors, we have capacity in the buses already. The trick will be complementing that with access to the rail network, which we've seen an improvement in terms of reliability, acknowledging that there is some block of line to occur. So I think the capacity is there, but it might just require some behaviour change so that it's not all turning up at the same time.
Just to follow up to that, it's an interesting answer. In a scenario where PT demand is rapidly increased, so we've got a huge surge in demand, what is the biggest risk to our PT network identified, and how would we be looking to mitigate that risk?
So we planned for March, and the bump on March is 7%. Okay, so that's within our ability to manage it. If we had, and we will top out. We see seasonality sees that top out. So if we and soften off as we hit April and going forward, just as people adjust and we get over the initial surge. So I would have thought, even if we maintained the current level of service or access, we will be able to cope with a lift. If we end up with an astonishing lift over and above the 7%, maybe we get another 10 or 15%, I think the team would absolutely love to solve for that problem. I don't know what the answer is exactly, but it's capacity through the bus network, and we've got access to additional capacity. It'll be maybe extra carriages on trains. We'll do everything we can, but that is a problem we want to solve for.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Richard.
Thank you. And just back to Councillor Filipaini's question, just on it's yours, you can do what you want with it. It's a 6-month figure, right? And the reasons for the overall surplus is a delay in capital and extra grants from NZTA. So I would imagine that we might make up in the next 6 months if we do the capital, and I don't imagine we're allowed to spend the increase of NZTA grants. I'm just trying to see what you meant by that.
Sure, yeah. So there's two things. One is the operating surplus, which was 18 million, and then the other is currently unspent but committed capital budget. Two different things. I was talking about the operating budget.
But your operating budget of 18 million says it comes from the delay in capital and in additional NZTA grants.
Yeah, so that's yes. So so the fact that it hasn't been spent yet doesn't mean to say it won't be. We have to also, you're right in pointing out, we need to wait to see where we're at year end. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I understand the question.
Yeah. No, I was just making sure because 18 million looks quite attractive coming up to a budget.
It's a year to date. It's not an end of year confirmed financial performance. What I recommend is as you're thinking about budgets, you'll get a reforecast of where we're landing, and that'll give us more confidence about what efficiencies or underspends are actually genuine underspends or savings rather than delay, okay? And we'll be able to differentiate the two, and that'll give you a feeling for what may or may not be available.
Cool. Thank you. The question on patronage, so I see the child reduction is a concern, but I did get some increased services working with the team over February, March, which is great, but part of that was it wasn't being picked up. I could see it, and I know you're on the same bus route as me, I could see the buses were full, but the data the team showed me showed the buses weren't. When the team did clipboard work on the bus stops, which I asked for and they did a great job, it was noted that there were lots of kids not tagging on. And so it's giving, how much is that happening across the whole network? When not that I was wanting to, get kids charged, but obviously as they come on in a group and come off as a group, the driver's just overwhelmed, so he's not, or he or she is not letting them tag on. I mean, forcing them to tag on because it's just unmanageable. How can we deal with that if it's showing probably a big patronage gap?
Yeah, we've done. There's two sources of patronage leakage. One is if the device isn't working, and we think that's in a couple of percent. So you'll have seen it yourselves, as others will have. Sometimes you try to tag on, do the right thing, it hits red, and you're not recognised. So that issue is with ageing equipment, with the delay of NTS. We're holding that equipment together until we've got the budget to invest in new. So that's one source of leakage. The other source of leakage is people not tagging on and off. Could be school kids, but it's that's probably just quite a small group. There's all sorts of people from all demographics, wealthy, not wealthy, young and old. Okay. Our work on that tells us, and I wish Stacey was here, but she's committed, it's circa 5%, okay? It's not the difference between 100 million and 120. We are looking to better ensure that with transport officers, so we've got greater compliance. So we're doing things that we can to ensure that we're not missing out on that patronage. Whether if somebody is free or discount or not, we want them to tag on, tag off. So we've got a view of numbers, and if there's a charge associated with that tag on, tag off, that we're collecting that. So we're doing a range of things in there around education and enforcement to see what we can do to lift it and reduce the leakage. Is a leakage percentage? We do very well compared to some of our other peers.
Okay, and just the last question on the overall. So we talk a lot about this headline figure and how bad everything is, but then even pre the oil shock, we were getting more people on buses, trains and ferries pre-COVID each week, just not 5 days. And the other thing is that when the trains are open, even the trains are getting better patronage in a daily calculation than before. But how can we show that in these figures? I know we don't ask for it specifically, but it always sounds like we're doing a bad job. But with 96 days of the rail closed last year, clearly you're going to get 96 days where there's 100% disappeared on those days. Like, how do we show the picture better? Because actually, when everything's open, we're back to pre-COVID patronage. But of course, when you close something, you're going to get a massive drop in patronage because it's closed.
So we could, it's a fair point. So we're giving you the actual numbers based on an operating year of which a number of days were closed. We could extrapolate a number, a theoretical number based on if there wasn't a closure and we had normal patronage, what might that number be? So that's a good question. I'll go back to the team. We can come back and give that feedback.
Yeah, I have asked a couple of times, but yeah, it would be good to have a number of people tagging on a week compared to 2019, even a couple of times. Yep. But also a couple of those, and Stacey's been giving them to me lately, which is great, but I can't compare over, I think the message is more positive than it is because it's impossible to use equipment that is closed 96 days a year. Like, I'm trying to show that Aucklanders haven't given up on public transport. It's just when it's closed, they obviously aren't showing up in the patronage. So how we show those two things together, yes, it's bad that we're down, but overall, the confidence is there if it's open, which is kind of...
I agree. If work from home statistics show that on average people turn up for 3 days a week to the office, that varies wildly, I might say, but that's an average. We're not that far behind pre-COVID, and we've got the average attendance into the city and in the workplace at 65%. What we do know is the number of users, which is the exciting number, is up 30% on what it was pre-COVID. So we know more people are using it, that is using it less frequently. So look, I'll talk to the team. I understand the question, and I'm sorry if you've asked it and we haven't come back.
No, that's okay. And it's probably to be fair, Chair, the way we ask our SOI, maybe we should have put an additional question in there. So because it doesn't show the whole picture, but thank you for that. And on fair share, I have talked to Phil Wilson a number of times about this, and he is bringing some more information back to executive on that. I think it's crucial that our organisation joins the other 78 that are doing fair share. So
it's your leadership opportunity, Auckland Council.
Maggie.
Kia ora. Just turning to your report, I just want to acknowledge AT for the He Tohu Mō Te Reo award that you received. That's huge credit, and looking at the achievement from Q1 to Q2 increase, which has it now be delivered at 100% bilingual audio on trains. So well done. My question is has that extended across to all public transport? Is there what has been done across there?
I believe it has. I wouldn't know what the exceptions were. So I can't think of a bus service that doesn't have it. Yeah. So Alice is just confirming that it is across all bus services, which is my understanding. I'm not sure where we wouldn't be doing it. So I believe the rail was part of the gap. But I'm not aware of, I think we're 100% on everything,
Ka pai.
including ferries.
It's even better to hear. I only raised it because it does specify here trains, but I think that's a significant milestone for AT to be receiving an award like that from Taurewhiri. So nui te mihi kia koutou.
Okay, there are no further questions. So, righto. Don't sneak up with the last ones. So John, then Greg. Use your buttons. Not there. Okay, John.
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation, guys. And a rather tangential question in relating to public transport, Dean. And I know we've done quite a bit of work recently on, fare concessions and, the tertiary reduction and the $50 one and all that. Do we, as a matter of course, just keep track of international trials? And I think particularly of the Brisbane City, who have this like 50 cents for all public transport. It started with a trial for 6 months, obviously was successful because it now has buy-in from both political parties. And they face not dissimilar challenges to what we have faced coming out of COVID in terms of patronage and all the rest of it. And I know there's a spike now, but just generally, do we keep a track of some of these quite, innovative or bold, or however you want, whatever sort of adjective you want to use, moves overseas that are really aimed at like a real kind of transformation, and particularly when they seem to be successful?
Yeah, we absolutely do. We're key members, and Stacey has recently been chairing or in the senior leadership of the Public Transport Association of New Zealand and Australia. So we are closely linked into what's happening across Australasia, but we also participate in international forums. So we're always looking at what others are doing and how that might apply to our context and how it might apply to our ability to afford it. And that's one of the big issues around the Brisbane example. 50-cent fares is costing a significant amount to the ratepayer-taxpayer combination. The question for us is, well, if you chose to go there, you'd also be choosing to invest significantly, and there might be a trade-off that you're willing to take in partnership with the government of the day here. But we are always tracking and looking at these things. Our fare structure and our zone structure has been reviewed over the last few years between Stacey and I, and we got international consultants come and have a look at us and advise us on best practice and how that would apply in the Auckland context. So I'm satisfied to the degree you can that we've got something that works well for us and meets the objectives that council and government have given us. But we've always got an eye on what is happening elsewhere and seeing what we can learn from it, and then thinking about how that may or may not apply. Don't underestimate, though, that some of the things that we are doing are being looked at very closely by others as best practice.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, the chair. Hi, Dean. My question is probably around pricing and fare caps in that area, because there's, we've had some presentations recently around, making children free or dropping fares to get people onto the buses. Yet, so my question is kind of like this, just to put in context. If we were having trouble getting people onto buses, you might look at a whole lot of levers, and you mentioned some earlier, promotion, timetables, etc., as well as pricing, and you'd likely drop the price to try and encourage people to go on it. But when you've got high demand, like in the fuel prices, and people want to get onto the bus, in my mind that kind of says, well, that kind of takes some pressure off because people are using the services in terms of pricing and fare caps, or reducing fare caps. So I guess what I want to try and understand is perhaps what's Auckland's Transport's thinking or philosophy around pricing and that type of supply and demand situation? Because potentially you could argue it's an opportunity to increase pricing if you want, potentially. So, just thoughts around that, Dean, would be helpful, just to again some understanding.
Yeah. Look, the elasticity between price and patronage, it's showing it's pretty resilient. So we haven't noticed when we have put pricing up as we have over the last few years, not a large amount, but the amounts that we have, that we have seen a commensurate reduction in patronage. So we've still seen patronage continue to grow year on year. So look, it's not there, and when we so it's not clear to me that you would necessarily get a big bump in patronage if you did a somewhat minor reduction in pricing. You might get a big bump for a period of time if you went to 50 cents, but then you've the discussion you need to have is how do you fund that on a sustainable basis going forward, and that's a whole other debate to be had. So look, we do monitor that closely, and you've got a government requirement of all public transport authorities that they meet this ratio between revenue and public transport cost. Our target this year is 34%. That will continue to go up. So there's different places, not just through the fare box, that revenue. It could be through the out-of-home media and advertising and other bits and pieces. But look, the substance, the 80% is sitting inside the fare box. So if you're going to meet that obligation, otherwise, then you need to be constantly looking at what your fare structure is. If you chose to subsidise something outside what government is, then council will be 100% funding it.
Okay, so no further questions. So, Richard, your time at the mic.
Thank you. So look, I will make a couple of comments and a request. The first one, as Dean said, I went to the Great North Road blessing this morning, so that project has finished and it's fantastic. The people there are obviously somewhat biased, but we're all very positive about it. The engagement's been good, and the project has been completed in time, and I believe slightly under budget, and will be a long-term positive asset for Auckland. And I would put that in the same camp as Meola Road, which I also think is a great project. They have faced, or did face, significant criticism and were hard to get over the line, but they were achieved, and I think they will be seen in the long term as really good assets. And so my hope and my comment is that I'm hoping that Auckland Transport, the legacy that we leave, is actually better than some might expect, because I think projects like that are really good projects. The GI Tamaki Cycleway, another one, we've got Eastern Busway coming, City Rail Link, and a myriad of others. So the first thing is, I genuinely believe that we haven't done everything right, but we've done a lot of good work, and I hope that the legacy that Dean and the exec team are able to finish with over time perhaps improves. Second thing is that, and those projects are good examples, Meola and Great North Road, we work in a difficult space between central government, local boards and the public. And it's always challenging, and sometimes it's bloody near impossible. And we found, and I walked into this a little bit 2 years ago, when you get a change of government, particularly if it's a change of colour, then that is very challenging. And so it's a cautionary note for councillors, because you are going to be in front of all this going forward. And related to that, and I did speak to Councillor Hills earlier to say I was going to say this, there was a comment made this morning that Auckland Transport was encouraging traffic into Queen Street, which after the presentation you had around air pollution was seen as a bad thing. Now, I would argue that we're not encouraging. We are looking at trialling, allowing traffic into Queen Street to allow people to be dropped off in the evening, so it's improved safety, and that has come as a request from various people within the city and the central city. Now, that has been something that we as Auckland Transport, I suppose, have taken it on our bat to go, yep, we're prepared to trial. This is the sort of thing that you as councillors are going to be facing and are going to have to make those decisions, because the whole transport reform kicked off on improving democratic accountability. That essentially means that the group around this table and on the screens are going to be making the decisions and have to live by those decisions rather than going, look at AT, they've done something bad again. So that's a second comment. And the third comment, or actually this is the request, is that I think that the process, the CCO model where you have a letter of expectation, you have a statement of intent with KPIs, is actually not a bad process. And what I hope and request is that Auckland Council is held to the same level of standard that Auckland Transport have been held to over the period of existence, so that there are KPIs. Those KPIs should be consistent with the KPIs we have currently, and they should be reported on, because as a ratepayer, and Councillor Lee's been saying that you're putting up my rates a whole lot, that I want to know that the transport reform is delivering benefits to me as a ratepayer and a transport user in Auckland. So that's my plea, and that was all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, so you guys can step back, and appreciate your report. Thank you, Alistair. Okay, discussion. Shane.
Yeah, just a really quick one in line with my questions. Just want to encourage all of my colleagues to have a bit of a think about how you are promoting the community services card, the fare scheme that we have at AT. And so 50% off your fares if you're a holder, and you get a free hop card if you don't already have one of those, if you have a community services card. So can you please share that amongst your communities and get more uptick of this, because it's a really important scheme. More and more people are doing it tough, and I would just encourage you to get the word out, please. That was all. Thanks, Chair.
Alf.
Tēnā koe hea mana. I'm just going to spend my 10 minutes on acknowledging two of the three gentlemen. And for those that looked at me and said 10 minutes, I was joking. It's only 5. But look, yeah, just wanted to see the looks on people's faces. My first acknowledgement is to you, Richard. Richard, when you got the position in the 1st of February 2024, every contact that I've had with you has been straight up, and I always acknowledge that. You have been approachable, and I congratulate you on the leadership role that you had with the board. So ngā mihi ki a koe. Dean, 2019, over 5 years as the Auckland Council Chief Operating Officer, I thought it may have been the last time that I would have seen you, but then you decided to come back into the fold. And for nearly 3 years now as the CEO of Auckland Transport, and your leadership through this and through the times that we've gone through with the legislation, I want to acknowledge you. More importantly, I want to acknowledge your family for allowing you to come back into the fold. Who knows what happens next term? If I'm still around this table, you may be back again. A third iteration. But Dean, I just wanted to acknowledge you with all the work, and in particular, and our rangatira Māori Tukerangi from Haukura mentioned some of the awards, and in particular, under Māori Outcomes, he tohu mō te reo ora language use award last year. Ngā mihi ki a koe, my friend, because that one there was acknowledged with a few other people I know around Aotearoa in regards to that. Also around the bilingual audio that member Tukerangi had mentioned, but I think the last one from me is Ngā Kete Kiwai, the program there, and our kaimahi that have gone through that. So, you know, I hope I do, and our paths do cross again, Dean, because you are a true leader, and I just wanted to acknowledge you, and again, lastly, your family. Ngā mihi ki a koe, Ngā mihi kia kōrua to you both. Chair, if there's no mover for this, I will move this particular item, so kia ora.
Thank you, Alf. Richard?
Kia ora, thank you. I'll acknowledge Dean next time because I think he's got one more meeting. But thank you to Chair Richard for his service to the city during a pretty tough time bringing Auckland transport back post COVID as well. Just a few comments, and I guess it is on the oil shock and the direction, but also that we don't always do well at telling the positives, which can end up driving people away. And I guess it is the facts that I did ask Stacey a couple of weeks ago for the updated figures on the daily reporting, and we are back. Auckland transport and public transport is up 30% on users. The change between 20% and 40% on tertiary has increased the number of people using the tertiary concession by 15,000, which is huge. That's a huge change since December, that now 65,000 people are using that tertiary discount, which shows it does work. I would, as Councillor Watson said, like something like 50-cent fares, but I know that's the state government putting in about $400 million. Being in Brisbane last year, it was phenomenal, but obviously we're limited to be able to do that ourselves. The patronage, the only times it's really been down on pre-COVID numbers is the times when the rail is closed. And obviously, we had some discussion a couple of items ago, the rail closures are because, and you look back at the Kiwi Rail announcements back in 2022, some of that rail corridor hadn't been upgraded since it was built in 1870. So a lot of the base of all those tracks weren't done. And thankfully for the government in 2022, announcing $330 million to upgrade our rail, which would have had to have been done regardless of City Rail Link, but I guess it's quite important that the rail corridors don't fail as soon as we open a big asset. But that will transform the city as well. So I do want to congratulate AT for really going hard on public transport, but it is almost impossible to keep those stats as high as we want them to when you've got it closed for a third of the year, which was last year, and significant closures this year, what makes it really difficult for our communities to access it. Also want to give kudos to Stacey and the team when we were having some massive issues on the shore in February and March with patronage numbers, and like I mentioned, some of it wasn't showing up in the data. So a bunch of staff who I saw as I was passing them on the bus were standing at bus stops, checking the patronage of the buses, checking if people were getting on and off. And it wasn't necessarily the driver's fault or the kids' fault, but when 20 or 30 kids are getting on at once on a very busy road with buses on Oniwa Road, 3 or 4 buses, I think it's sometimes just easier for everyone to pile in, pile out without tagging on. I guess we'll have to figure out how to deal with that, but it wasn't showing up in the data. So the team, listened to my concerns that I was seeing and got out on the road and got us some extra double-deckers, got us some extra 94s and 933s to fill the gaps. And actually, yes, there's still some issues, but most people are happy. So I've found, this year that when we've seen a big increase to public transport, people are jumping on. To the fuel crisis, I feel like we're not necessarily acting as strongly as we could. Especially walking and cycling. The massive cuts the government did 2 years ago to walking and cycling is now showing that probably a bad idea. If more kids could walk and cycle to school right now, the pressure on families, the pressure on our roads, the pressure on pockets wouldn't be so bad. But I am proud that this council, I think we looked at as a little bit stupid at the beginning to ban, in 2021, it was questioned of us, we banned the purchase of diesel buses. I think at the time some said we couldn't do it, but we did. And by the middle of this year, we'll have, I think, 450 electric buses, which is significant, not just on emissions and air quality that we heard about today, but also on cost. That will help our rates, that will help the cost of public transport, and by the middle of next year, we'll be at 600 electric buses. We already right now, have the biggest electric bus fleet in the Southern Hemisphere, which is pretty massive. And despite not a lot of people saying it, we have the best frequent bus network in the whole Southern Hemisphere as well. Australian cities, I talked to councillors over there, are jealous of our frequent network and the way we're increasing it, the way we're using the climate action targeted rate. I think there's a new 6 more frequent services coming on board this year. Even the 94 on the shore got 500 additional users a day when it became a frequent route. So we've got a lot more to do, but I think right now when the city's struggling, we should be doing a lot more. So, kia ora.
Right on 5 minutes. Lotu.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Last night I filled my car up and it was $3.50, and I think that's probably one of the cheaper places around the city to do it. And this morning I gave my apologies because I left a little bit later than usual from Manukau. Usually it takes me an hour to get here, but to my surprise, the motorway, State Highway 1, was actually moving quite freely. And I think we're already starting to see people being agile and choosing other ways to work and to commute. And so that's a good thing, but not when, not the reason that that's happening. And I think we're going to start to see more and more people choosing to do things differently as a result of this fuel crisis, on top of the cost of living crisis that many of our whānau are already going through. So it does give me some confidence hearing from our team today that our current system, the way that it's going, has capacity to handle an upsurge, but I'm still a little bit worried that we may not have capacity to handle a huge or a significant or a sudden upsurge. So, I'll be somewhat confident at this stage, but like Councillor Hill said, there's probably a lot more that we can still do as an organisation and as a city, as well as with central government to mitigate some of those risks going forward. I do want to thank as well the Chair, Richard, lovely to see you today. I was on the Performance and Appointments Committee when we went through that very difficult, somewhat complex process of appointing a new chair to Auckland Transport, and I think what you've brought to the table and what you've brought to the board is a real sense of calm and your mild manner, which has really helped when there are difficult situations that you've had to navigate with the board, but also that real balance in understanding transport and public transport and the different needs of our city. So I really thank you for the time that you've led the board, and I wish you well in your next endeavours as well. And I think that we'll continue to learn from the leadership and the wisdom that you've left with us, especially your parting comment that we should be wary or, be careful what we wished for. So kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Lotu. Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Perhaps picking up on Lotu's comments there. I just want to, I guess, reinforce and acknowledge the comments given by the Chair of Auckland Transport to us today. It may have been framed as a warning, or it might have been framed as a risk, or perhaps words of caution might be the most subtle way of him alluding to a reality as far as coming down for elected members. Something, if we're having to make these decisions going forward, not just as a governing body level, and that's committee level, so it also includes Okura in these decisions at regional levels, we have to be able to answer the calls from Aucklanders about why those decisions were made. As Richard indicated too, there's no more passing the buck and blaming somebody else, the rest on our shoulders. And of course, that is likely to be divisive. Not everyone's going to agree around the table, and it'll be majority democratic decisions. And we may find that there's councillors that don't support that and will take a different attitude towards informing the public than others. So there's some real risks there, and I just appreciate that being highlighted by the Chair of Auckland Transport. Not only does that exist at the committee level or a regional level, that will also exist for elected members at a local board level, and they will face exactly the same risks of divisiveness and potential failure of this reform. Let's see how it goes. There could be a prediction from the chair there, but I appreciate him mentioning it. If there was a failure in the reform, that's going to take a number of years probably to show itself. However, if it does fail, it's more likely to be due to political forces and issues rather than operational forces and issues. So just a call out to the Chair of Auckland Transport. Thank you for mentioning that in an open forum to elected members and to Aucklanders about that very real risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Mike.
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge the Chair of Auckland Transport and the outgoing board. I was a board member up to July 2023, and it's interesting, I don't think there's one member of the board, still there, perhaps one, who was a director when I was a director, which gives you some indication of the changes and pressure AT has been under in recent years. And I agree with some of the comments Richard has made in terms on how things have worked out for AT. I'll come back to that. I would disagree with the comments, not just from Richard, but from Dean as well, that in terms of public transport, we're doing okay. I've been in this game in regard to public transport going back to 1992 and sat with older, more experienced and wiser members of the Auckland Regional Council who agreed to take a punt and buy all the second-hand DMUs from Perth when Perth went electric, and in so doing kept rail public transport alive in Auckland when it was virtually extinct. And so I have skin in the game, if you like. I was a director of AT for nearly 7 years, and of course before that the chairman of the Auckland Regional Council. And so when I make a criticism of AT, I'm thinking about the mission. Now, in terms of, just as an aside, we live in unusual times, perhaps very dangerous times. And in terms of the fuel price challenge or the fuel availability challenge, I think we will see a major spike of PT, despite some of the shortcomings of the services that we have offered. Be in no doubt, whether fuel goes up or tickets go up, there is an almost immediate public response. It is because I guess the majority of PT users are working people on incomes that are not as high as some of the more privileged people in our society that make all the decisions. It's very, very price sensitive. I'd make that point. In terms of public transport itself, prior to, at 2019, prior to the pandemic, we had 103 million passenger trips per year, and the ambition of the mayor and councillors at that time, which everyone signed up to, I understand, was 500 million by 2030. We're currently around about 95 million. And indeed, rail is holding back the numbers, but it's not the only reason why we are stuck and still below 2019 in patronage. And at the same time, the amount of money going into PT has gone from $540 million a year to around about $750 million a year. So in terms of a return, the mission is not going as well as we hoped. Now, AT, as we know it, is being disbanded or broken up. And I think I have to say there's, it's not the first time I've mentioned this, the decision is not really fair to AT. And I think Richard has made a point that in terms of KPIs, in other words, accountability, we have to start taking responsibility. And I completely agree with him on that. You see, what I find unfair is that AT has been criticised in the media from time to time on a regular basis by the Mayor. But when AT comes to this committee, it spends a lot of time and works very, very hard presenting to the councillors. But when they leave the room, when they leave the building, they would rightfully feel that the councillors are completely behind them, so they're on the right track. Now, from time to time, I've been critical, and I ask the hard questions, and I'm not ashamed of that. That's my job, and I will continue to do so. But the unfair aspect of it is that AT has been cheered on, rightly or wrongly, in everything it does, and the rug has been pulled out from under it by the government. Why has the government done this? The government has done it. Obviously, governments are made up of elected politicians. They are aware that AT is actually very unpopular and is not succeeding. And so why is that? I think that we in this room who have been virtual cheerleaders for AT, rightly or wrongly, need to take some of the responsibility. However, I'll leave it at that and thank Richard and the board members and Dean. I'm not too sure, it's not really my business what's going to happen with Dean, but the thing is to thank them for their services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, no further comments, so I'll just make a couple of closing comments and just, yeah, look, Dean's got a couple more meetings to go with us. He'll be loving that and the thought of that when he finishes up in a month or so. So there'll be plenty of opportunities to thank you, Dean, but your last quarterly report, so that's one of them out of the way, so thank you. And to Richard, and you'll see up there that there is there's an additional Chair's Rec, just thanking this current outgoing board, but all of the previous boards of Auckland Transport since 2010 for their contribution, because it has been at times bumpy road for them. You know, there's a few of us sitting around the table who have spent some time on that board and understand the challenges that they do have with 2 political masters and 2 funding masters, and then the court of public opinion. Richard's quite right that the accountability and the spotlight will now be on this room in terms of some of the decision making, and that'll include, and I just hope that we don't lose our spine and are able to make hard decisions that AT have been required to make over the years. We don't have to agree with those decisions that have been made, and I certainly haven't, but they've been made, and so they've taken a little bit of courage, and often they've been unpopular, and they've ridden that wave. So I just want to acknowledge, Richard, your leadership. You came in at a pretty interesting time for AT. I was on the board then when you first started, and certainly the board was heading in a different direction. As Mike commented, there was a huge change in the membership and the direction of that board that came from, and then sort of the change in government, also in the direction from them in the setting of policy, changed things as well. So you have navigated that well, mate. I know it's been frustrating for you at times that you've worked really, really hard, the nighttime calls and concerns and things. So thank you for your work since taking on the job and shepherding through, I suppose, until this change. And so now you can probably, after Thursday, just sit back and watch with interest as to how the governors of Auckland Council take on the role of governing a pretty challenging beast. So well done. You can relax and not have to worry about it anymore. So I'm sure you'll enjoy that. But look back and think you've contributed a lot. So well done, mate. So it's been moved and seconded. There's no further comments. So all of those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. The next item is the authorised vehicle only zone. Look, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes, just break, because there's a little bit of work just going on in behind the scenes with just changes to the Chair's Rec, and we just want to make sure that we get the right wording up there in terms of report back that might satisfy some of the people who have got some concerns. So if we just take a 3-minute breather, and hopefully that's enough. Okay. So we'll crack on and get back into it. So next item is the authorised vehicles only zone in Queen Street. And so Melanie, Eric here to talk us through this one. So thank you, and all yours.
Kia ora committee, thank you for your time today to talk about the Midtown traffic circulation and the proposed changes to the AVO on Queen Street and the introduction of an AVO on Wellesley Street as part of a trial. The I'm going to take the report as read. We have got a few slides to talk through, and I know there's a number of questions that will come from the committee. With me today is Eric Van Essen, who's our programme manager project director, get the title right, for city centre projects, who has been leading on the Wellesley Street bus improvements work that's underway. And of course, last month I was here to say that we were providing an update. Okay. So the Midtown Circulation Plan, now the AVOs that we're talking to are part of a wider scheme to manage access within the Midtown area. Obviously, the Midtown area has had a significant amount of change occurring, with CRL opening, the new station being built at Te Waihoretu, and therefore we're looking at a range of measures to change the way the streets operate and making sure that we can reflect the changing environment as other corridors are opening up. At the end of November, the Albert Street corridor reopened, allowing a significant number of buses to switch from Queen Street onto Albert Street, which is always part of the plan as we move towards CRL. But the main catalyst for this change around the circulation is the reopening of Wellesley Street at stage 1, the bus improvements, which are due to open on the 19th of April, so in about a month or so's time. And in order for that to open, we need to make sure that we've got a plan to operate that section of the road effectively to enable buses to move through there, for pedestrians to move and to connect to buses and to the forthcoming train station. We've also been asked to look at the feedback we've received from a number of stakeholders and also to consider the businesses, the arts sector and the entertainment sector in the area. It is a complex area, but it's not just around how we put in special vehicle lanes, it's also how we manage parking and operations. So strategic alignment. So we've had a few comments just now on the outgoing board, but we do operate and manage the network based off our strategic plans which come from council. The City Centre Master Plan has an outcome for a connected city centre. And we appreciate that City Centre Master Plan is undergoing a refresh this year, but it is our key guidance from council about how we manage the network. Part of that is ensuring that we have access for everyone. We're looking to prioritise those key city centre destinations and enabling access for servicing, for freight, for loading, and for people to move across the city centre. But we're favouring public transport services and other modes, such as walking and cycling. We've already provided previously our plans around which routes are prioritised for different modes of transport. In addition to this, obviously we have the City Centre Bus Plan, and Wellesley Street in particular is focused in that part of the bus plan as the connection east-west across the city centre. As I said, a number of services moved away from Queen Street and now will be flowing on Wellesley Street. And at Albert Street is working well. Our early figures show that bus travel is reduced by about 1.5 minutes than it was on Queen Street compared to this time last year, and up to a minute on the southbound connection for Hodgson Street. So, this area of the city is complex, has many requirements on it, and we have to balance some trade-offs. We've been asked to provide that balanced approach, be practical, and support the land uses as well as the strategic direction. We had early engagement and feedback on plans to take on board what our thoughts are from our stakeholders, with key themes being around transport integration, economic vitality of the area, as well as some customer feedback on the ability to access the city centre, particularly around the perception that the city centre was difficult to access, and clarity of trips and use for people needing to access an important area of the city. The team assessed a number of options for the operation of Wellesley Street 1, stage 1 between Albert Street and Queen Street. And also because of the location, it needed to consider the interaction with the Queen Street AVO in this area. This slide is an overview of key points in relation to time of operations, but it really focused on the balanced need between bus access, support for local businesses, the arts and events in that area of Aotea, and also what driver behaviour was required. It is a difficult situation. We've got to balance a number of views, and there are some differing views, obviously, going forward. So our plan is briefly shown on this. The environment is changing, and I wanted to really make sure that we understood how much this is changing. We know CRL is going to have a significant effect. We know we need to increase public transport into the city centre to really enable growth. However, we do need to take this one step at the change because the economy and businesses are affected, and we need to encourage more visitation into the city. So therefore, we have promoted a trial, a pilot. We enabled this through the Street Layout Rule 2023 under Section 3 as a pilot for up to 2 years. Pilot is a great way for us to, first of all, trial some of these operational changes. These are not major key curb changes. They're about how we use the lanes that we have. It enables us to be agile, to actually test against a monitoring framework, and actually to see, as traffic patterns change, what we can do to mitigate that. The street layout rule enables us to install, remove or change the road layout for special vehicle lanes, for parking, for installing or removing devices related to a prohibition or restriction. So it gives us that ability to change things, provided we monitor. Now, the other part of the pilot is it is about consultation in doing. So there has been a lot of engagement, and we'll come on to that shortly, but it will continue. And we need that feedback as well as traffic data and other forms of data to actually see how well the trial's working and whether we need to adapt. A key part of the feedback that we received early on is about managing parking, loading and servicing in the area. We have implemented a number of changes, and the committee will be familiar with room to move changes for city centre. And we've aligned some of the loading and servicing where key feedback was received. In particular, the diagram on the screen is around the Wakefield quadrant. And so we're looking at improving road zones in this area, but also changes to the loading zones and the operation of the shared space on Elliott Street. So coming on to community and stakeholder engagement, as I said, we had some early engagement with some key stakeholders and getting direction from council as well. And we undertook some pre-trial engagement from the middle of January to February. And there is a report now online which summarises all of that, and it's publicly available for detail. Over 250 pieces of feedback received and coded. And the most common feedback theme that we received was a general expression of support for the trial or no issues with the trial raised. And businesses were the most supportive. The key concerns were introduction of additional traffic on Queen Street and how this was aligned to the future that was foreseen for Queen Street in the city centre master plan. Also how we prioritise public transport and then hours of operation, as well as that parking, rideshare and loading zones. We believe that this is strategically aligned with CCMP because it's a pedestrian and friendly environment. It has become more appealing and accessible for everyone. There has been a lot of change on Queen Street over the years since the city and master plan first came through. In particular, to north of Wellesley Street, we've seen a reduction in the number of lanes from 4 traffic lanes to 2, a significantly widened footpath and a shared use active mode zone. We are seeing that increase in footfall, but we want to make sure that how we use that and make use of the Queen Street area with a remove of buses over to Albert Street is used most effectively to enable access, particularly in the arts and events area, enabling people to access that area in the evenings when it's most required. We have developed a monitoring framework. This gives you the highlights of that. And some of the feedback we've received is to engage with others to make sure we're focusing on the right things, and we welcome your feedback today. In particular, the Waitemata Local Board have asked us to focus on some key areas which are part of the monitoring framework. This supports pilot, and we'll be monitoring this as soon as it opens, and we are looking to report back on it on a quarterly basis, and engage with an advisory group of local businesses and residents to provide that feedback, as well as continuing to have customer feedback through channels. We have a number of primary indicators which are about public transport services and their efficiency, the effects of traffic volumes, compliance, network impacts and safety, the use of loading and servicing parking, and pedestrian safety. We also have a number of secondary indicators around curbside use, air quality, footfall and business activity. One thing I would say, while we're doing this monitoring, we'll also be engaging on Wellesley Street Bus Improvement Stage 2, which is a section from Albert Street down to Beaumont Street. And this engagement will be formal consultation around the focus for concept design, which will be going through the next stages. And that will be happening from mid-April to early May to inform the next design stages. And that's the end of the presentation. Hopefully you can answer your questions.
Thank you, Mel. So, questions? No one up on the thing yet? Julie.
Kia ora, sorry, I was just taking a second to find the button. And thank you, Chair, for working with me on those, on enumerating those. I just wanted to draw those to people's attention so they can see them while we're having the questions discussion. I've got a number of questions, and I guess the first one is really around, and I want to focus on the Queen Street portion of the trail here. What is the problem that we're solving by making changes to the Queen Street section with this trail? What is the key problem that AT has identified and is trying to resolve?
Through Chair, Auckland Transport was asked to look at Midtown, how we can change and improve the operations of Midtown with Wellesley Street bus improvements and the Te Horatu train station. As I said, there's Queen Street had buses, a significant number of buses on it at this section that was an AVO. And that was related to the need to move buses onto there because Albert Street wasn't ready as part of the CRL programme. With Albert Street opening, a lot of those buses, it's around 450 each direction, have moved onto Albert Street. That means we need to optimise what the infrastructure is there. So in terms of what issues we're trying to address, it's the feedback that we received about how we're using that infrastructure and how we're enabling improved economic vitality and people to access the area, and in particular access to the arts area and the events in that quarter.
So thank you for that. You mentioned that around 450 buses each way have shifted from Queen Street to Albert Street with the reopening in November, but you didn't mention how many buses remain on Queen Street. Do you have the figures on that? No? Okay. That would have been useful information. I think that would have given some good context. My bus stops on Queen Street and has for, as long as I can remember, in that portion. So how do the Queen Street changes align with Access for Everyone, which was adopted in 2020 with 80% plus support in the feedback, in particular limiting motorised through traffic and favouring public transport, walking and cycling? So how does the Queen Street portion align with Access for Everyone?
Certainly. As I mentioned, yes. So the alignment for A4E enables more pedestrian focus. We accept that on Queen Street. But also it does allow for public transport and it does use that area, so encourage more people to use that area. We are going to monitor the traffic volumes around there. We're not expecting a big increase in traffic volumes through that area. So the aim for A4E through the Queen Street Valley is to encourage people not to use Queen Street Valley as a through movement, but use it as a destination.
Okay, so how then do these changes align with the city centre master plan, where the refresh was adopted in 2020 with 70% plus support? In particular, the statement for the Waihora-Tiu Queen Street Valley area, that it seeks to bring new life into the heart of the city with a revitalised pedestrian priority Queen Street, and then goes on to say it would be the centrepiece of a new zero emission zone which is free of through traffic.
Yeah, I did to cover that. Yes, so it is a pedestrian priority area for Queen Street, and as I mentioned earlier, there's been significant infrastructure changes on Queen Street to reduce the number of traffic lanes and increase the area for active modes, and we are seeing a significant reduction in traffic volumes through there. And this area we are looking to enable people to access the arts and events quarter. There'll still be, as you said, bus services through there. There also is a need for loading and servicing in the appropriate areas. With Wellesley Street being built as well, that loading and servicing is really important to accommodate in the area as well. So it's a combination of the changes on Wellesley Street, which are public transport focused, as well as how that aligns with the use of Queen Street.
Okay, so are we worried about the fines that people have been getting from driving in the Queen Street authorised vehicle only? Is that an aspect? Because they have been reducing.
So the feedback we received from customers, from our stakeholders and from businesses was about how it was perceived that the city centre was difficult to access. It wasn't specifically about fines. The use of the AVO was around enabling bus services to run efficiently, effectively, whilst the ERL was in construction and until the bus infrastructure was available on Albert Street and Wellesley Street.
So, I mean, you've mentioned a little bit here around the pick-up drop-off, which for those not familiar with the acronym is PUDO. I had to look that one up. I was like, the Puketapa Urban Development Office? No, it's pick-up drop-off. And also the mobility access, and I support the changes in regard to those which are actually not on Queen Street by and large. So if that is a driver, and you have said there a couple of times in your answers that it's that pick up and drop off for the arts facilities in the area, why not just a solution for them? Why have you gone wider than just rideshare, total mobility holders, taxis, that kind of thing? Why have you proposed a full opening?
So to clarify, the hours that we're looking at where general traffic would be able to use that section of Queen Street is from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Total mobility is correct. We're collecting that information. We have a register of total mobility services. Taxis obviously are branded, but a lot of rideshare isn't. We've also had feedback about the nature of drop-off, pick-up, as you said. So enabling the full use of general traffic through there, we anticipate that will enable that access to those areas more effectively in operations, not through the whole running of Queen Street. But that is the advantage of a trial. We can look at that as well in terms of hours of operation. If you're finding it is having adverse effects to the operation of the network, too much traffic coming through that area not being used in the ways we anticipate, we are able to make changes at pace.
Okay, good to hear that we can make changes based on the trial. So just if we could just go to the slide, if that's okay, that was about the engagement stuff. Is it easy to get that up, Lata? Sorry. And I guess just while you're doing that, I think it's two back from that one. Might be more. You've mentioned quite a lot the stakeholder feedback, and I guess I'm concerned because my understanding of the feedback, looking at the report that's actually on the AT website, which wasn't included with the agenda papers, so people might not have seen it, but it is publicly available, indicated that the majority of the feedback and support of the trial was actually around Wellesley Street and Elliott Street. And there's no breakdown given. Sorry, it's not that one. It's the one that says, I think you need to go back a couple more. The one that outlined that one. Yes, thank you. So you've given us in the report feedback that puts it all together, but actually it looks to me from looking at that more detailed report like there wasn't actually that much support for the Queen Street portion. Most of the support was actually for the Wellesley Street aspects. So again, I'm wondering, why are we doing these Queen Street changes when the stakeholder feedback was really about Wellesley Street? So could you give a bit more detail on that? You've given us a slide that says who you talked to, but you haven't given us a slide that summarises what you heard from them or broken it down for the different parts of the trial. Because I suspect there's probably universal support for some aspects, but the Queen Street one is the one where I'm hearing a lot of opposition.
Yeah, I don't see the breakdown for the AVO that you're referring to, Councillor. Are you referring to a particular part of the breakdown around the AVO?
Yep, so you've got the, where is it? Sorry, I've got too many windows open, Chair. You've got here in the executive summary, which I don't have a page number for, of the feedback report on your website. It says, where did it say it? Sorry, I also need new glasses. Feedback from business owners, which based on the numbers is most of the feedback, mostly centred around loading zone changes on Elliott Street, which were out of scope. And there's mention elsewhere about it being, a lot of it being about Wellesley Street as well. So, you know, it's difficult for me to ask a precise question because you haven't given us the information. Yeah. So we also have a comment that was made publicly too, which has been reported on, which I'll just bring up, that says, our approach to engagement is not to measure support or opposition, and you've presented some of it here as support, although not so much presented the opposition. It is focused on opportunities, gaps, or elements of planning that may not have been considered, making adjustments. I can confirm, and this is from AT staff, that the majority of feedback received was related to the change of loading zone operating hours on Elliott Street, reverting to 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. So I'm really worried that we're using here some feedback that's actually primarily about something else to justify, and this was targeted consultation as well. You didn't go out to the general public, which I get. It's being used to justify changes on a different street. So what would your response be to that?
The engagement did cover the whole scope of work. So it did, I mean, the fact that there's no specific kind of feedback on the AVO per se in the summary, definitely the stakeholders that were engaged with, the property owners, the business owners, we canvassed a huge swathe of Queen Street, Wellesley Street and Elliott Street in the sphere of influence of this network change. So they were all equally engaged, offered the opportunity for feedback, and then of course thematically there were certain elements that were of greater concern or lesser concern. So yeah, I mean, I think the AVO, if there had been concerns, they probably would have raised those more specifically in the detailed breakdown, which we also have, of course, that sits in behind the executive summary. But I mean, the bottom line was that there was generally support or a neutral stance. They were very concerned about pick-up drop-off, and then of course there was a collection of concerns around alignment with our strategy, and the other things that you're raising, of course. It's a polarising issue, and we're not reaching a consensus. Of course, there's a real strong mix of views.
Okay, last question, Chair. So we've talked a little bit about the business feedback, and I'm not trying to minimise that, but I am curious about whether the trial is supported by the City Centre Residents Group, who I know have contacted a number of us saying they do not support the trial. The Waitemata Local Board also do not support the trial. Did you seek a view from the City Centre Advisory Panel, noting that that's tricky because they've been in abeyance, but there's a number of members there. Auckland Transport's public transport team, did they give you input? The Auckland Urban Development Office, I got the acronym right this time, because they're responsible for the city centre master plan, the police. What feedback did you have from them? Because that's not clearly called out to us in the information that we've been given.
To answer that, yes, to most of those. So this, as I said, early engagement started last year to pull together the options. We have been working with council, particularly council officers, has been presented to members, councillors, as well as the City Centre Steerco, which includes the AUDO, and we work very closely with AUDO on the development of this trial. City Centre Residents Group, yes, they're part of the City Centre Advisory Panel. We presented to City Centre Advisory Panel a number of times. City Centre Residents Group, we are aware that they are not in support of this trial, when we recognise that their view. And we have reached out to speak to them, certainly had meetings with them at the end of last year, an ongoing conversation and engagement this year. Waitemata Local Board feedback, yes, we are aware that they would prefer a 24/7 removal of traffic between Elliott Street and Queen Street. And we also note a number of other requests that they've put forward to us to make sure we're monitoring. We're taking those on board, and we are going back to the local board to discuss in more detail later on in this month.
Okay. With respect, some of my question there was about the feedback you had heard from some of those, not just saying that you had spoken to them. You did enumerate some of that at the end. But Chair, I've monopolised enough of this issue already, so I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie?
Kia ora. Also on the same one, it's good to see there's been comprehensive consults with what seems to be those that are directly affected users, industrial and advocacy groups, service and delivery providers, public safety, advisory stakeholders. What degree of consult has been done with tangata whenua? This comes up as, when I consider, for example, Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, they actually have a room on this very street in here, in this building. And their participation in many of the events within this area has their presence felt. So I'm just curious to understand what commitment has been made in the consultation process to engage with tangata whenua.
So the Wallasey Street Stage 1 infrastructure project has engaged with Mana Whenua, the forum that Auckland Transport has. They have a monthly AT central table that we take projects to. So they have gone through that process to make it clear how the project is delivered in its infrastructure state, but also how it operates. So that has gone through that process.
And that's the extent of the consultation with tangata whenua?
It is. It's the project team managing the design process, the implementation process, and then the operating process, and keeping the AT central table informed of that, those steps.
Just a comment, really. A leaf out of the last group that was up beforehand. What I was particularly impressed about is the way that they were actually dealing with the right tangata whenua of the particular orohe, where there's whakapapa too, rather than using a space where all come in and that's deemed as meaningful engagement with tangata whenua. There is no ambiguity around who that is for this rohe, and I would encourage that that be upheld. This very building in here has a room dedicated to them. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maggie. Moi.
Let's get this straight. This is for 12 hours. This trial is for 12 hours from 7 p.m. at night to 7 a.m. in the morning. Is that correct?
The operation of the AVO will be between 7 a.m. in the morning to 7 p.m.
When most folks are sleeping. But in terms of your consultation with elected members up there, did you consult with the councillor for Waitemata and Golf?
Yes, Councillor Lee. Yes, we have provided information and worked with your team to do that and open up lines of engagement. Personally, I haven't spoken to you about it, but I think the team have been in touch with you.
I am the elected member for this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Kia ora, thank you. So, just on the police, when I spoke to the police at the city centre stakeholders group meetings, they were quite shocked about it and are really concerned about going back to the days of boy races and burnouts and sort of people driving up and down Queen Street at night times. I mean, I remember being 18 and, you know, having 12% Cody's in the back of the car. You know, that did happen, but the city centre residents have said that since this has been in place, that has not happened. It's not happened at all, and the police said that a lot of their work will be redirected to dealing with those issues on Queen Street because this is an overnight thing. So why does it go all the way through the night?
So to address your question about the police, I find it surprising we have engaged with police directly, and their feedback has actually been in support of the changes. But that, notwithstanding that, we are continuing to have conversation with them. They're really fundamental to how we operate the street, and also how the behaviour is in that area. So certainly any feedback they provide, we will be working with them closely. I will remind Councillor that perhaps since his days driving up and down Queen Street, there's been significant changes on Queen Street. The whole environment has changed. As I said, the traffic lanes have been significantly narrowed, and then there's much more space there for people to walk, cycle and scooter.
I guess my question really is, if it's about the arts sector, why does it go all the way? Like, was there not a thought of having the access between 7 and 11 or something? Like, I don't really get who is being serviced by having the Queen Street open to vehicles all the way through the early hours of the morning, etc.
It's probably more simplicity, I suppose, rather than having differing hours and when they start. The 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is a peak period of vehicles, and including bus services in there as well. The arts sector obviously highlighted to us that a lot of their evening means that they want to drop off earlier than 10 o'clock, which is part of the feedback we received when we originally looked at 10 o'clock in the evening. And obviously after 10 o'clock, the events are finishing up. So then also bus services significantly decline in the early hours. There probably isn't the number of vehicles we expect in that time. Obviously that's something we monitor to see if those hours change, and we'll look at that. But it's really about simplicity and ensuring that there's consistency with Queen Street and Wellesley Street for people using that area.
And as Councillor Ferry said, even after 7, I'll talk about Queen Street first and then Wellesley. On Queen Street, there's still, if you add the City Link and the Onehunga, the Mangere, the buses going to Councillor Ferry's area, there's still about 30 buses each way at this area of Queen Street after 7. So have we considered, a bus every 1 or 2 minutes is still going to, have we considered the delays on them? So I guess that's the first question.
Yeah, we've got in our monitoring framework or evaluation framework, we have metrics around that we've talked to our public transport active modes team who sponsors the Wellesley Street project. So they were very keen to make sure that journey times were not adversely impacted. So they've given us some percentiles that we need to work to. And if they're breached, and if the kind of the best and the worst travel times on a bus, and of course you can imagine where they might occur. They could occur when the priorities are not available to the buses. Then we can look further and potentially recalibrate the hours of operation accordingly.
Okay. On Wellesley, so that's even more dramatic. So you have over 50 buses an hour going each way on Wellesley between 7 and 10. How are we going to deal with that if you're encouraging people to stop, I guess illegally, in the bus stops around the Civic? Because Because as far as I can remember, and I've looked on Google Maps, there has never, ever, ever been parking or loading zones or stopping outside the Civic on Queen Street or Wellesley. Like,
Yeah.
so I don't know where suddenly people are going to start stopping.
Yeah, well, they're not allowed to stop there. So, yeah, absolutely. And that's been, again, another key monitoring metric for us is we want full compliance along the curb lines. Those curb lines are bus stops. You can't stop in a bus stop. So we need to have full compliance through there. And we are in the process of installing cameras to achieve that, license plate recognition cameras to create that sort of level of compliance. So when we talk about the fact that after 7 p.m. you're allowed to travel through there, yes, you are travelling through the greened bus lanes, but that doesn't mean that you can pull up to the curbside. So there has to be some communications, I guess, that we need to make that really clear to people that because there's freedom of access through that block doesn't necessarily mean you can pull up to the curbside and drop off or pick up someone.
So I guess it comes back to Councillor Ferry's first question, what outcome you're looking for, because if you're talking about, or the art sector have said they want access to the Civic, are we just assuming the people who are getting turfed out at the lights? Like, if you've never been able to park there, even before this, all the, looking back to 2008 on Google Street View, so where are people, if this is open, suddenly they're going to do what?
If you're talking, yeah, thank you. If you're looking at the Civic Theatre specifically, the closest pick-up drop-off spaces would be in Elliott Street, Derby Street. So you can access that either from the west or from the east after 7 p.m. You can always access it from the west, but after 7 p.m, of course, you could conceivably come down Queen Street, turn into Wellesley, and then turn right into Elliott, if you can kind of see how that might work. So you'd have, I suppose, more direct east-west access into Elliott. You've always had the access into Derby. We have provided more pick-up drop-off facilities in what we call the Wakefield Quadrant, which is opposite the Town Hall, leading up sort of Wakefield and then that kind of arc around Merrill. So you kind of have more, it is a couple hundred metres away, but it is still there. And then there's a section of Queen Street, which can also be more easily accessed from Wellesley to Victoria, which also has a handful of loading spaces, and in particular, 2 mobility spaces that we're introducing directly outside the old Smith & Cowie building on both sides of the street, so southbound and northbound, for 30 minutes for total mobility users. And then, because those bays are deep enough, we also have more conventional pick-up drop-off facilities there as well. So there is a collection, and of course you still have the Civic car park, which you can use lifts to kind of pop up at different points around RTS Square to then make your way to the Civic Theatre. So although it's not directly outside, and that might be frustrating for taxi or Uber users who perhaps expect to be able to be picked up, dropped off immediately outside the front door, we'll be working, and we have already worked with Google Maps and with Uber and geofencing to make it quite clear that the expectation is that after a show or the beginning of a show, probably especially after though, is that you actually walk a short distance clear of those zones to places where you can actually be picked up and dropped off, where you have facilities, and not in a bus stop.
Okay, well, that, apart from the last point outside Smith & Coe's, everything else is already accessible without this being put in place. So Wakefield, Queen Street, Derby, Elliott, if you come down from the shore of the west, you're going round Merrill or down Wellesley.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Councillor. And that is the point. Of course, access is always going to be available. Past, present, and future. The access is the whole point of access for everyone. So there's all properties and businesses, destinations are always accessible. I guess the point, though, that we've been challenged with is that sometimes that access is quite circuitous. If you have to kind of move around Merrill Drive or Kitchener, or wherever it might be, to kind of approach a facility from the south, when you would rather kind of approach it from the north, or vice versa. All these things are available. I guess what has been a difficulty for people as a perception and as a reality is that there has been a high number of infringements travelling through the AVO for whatever reason, as people have kind of looked to get access as the crow flies. They just kind of go, well, look, I'm heading north, I need to get to where I need to get to. They don't necessarily kind of intuitively think I need to travel around Merrill Drive to get there to stay clear of the AVO. And we kind of acknowledge the fact that it is sometimes difficult, especially for new users into the city, to actually kind of understand that you need to kind of take a more circuitous route to get to a place that seems to be intuitively right in front of you. And so I think that after 7 p.m, what we're doing is we're creating easier access, more direct access, and it's much more intuitive for people, and you can approach more directly as opposed to more circuitously. So yeah, I think it doesn't change the fact that everything's accessible, it's just going to be easier.
Okay, last question. Just on that point, and I totally get it at the beginning, and my view was that the signage wasn't clear, and then it was made clear. But February 2 years ago, then last February, there was 1/3 of the infringements there was in that first February. This February, as in this February 2026, it's only 10% of the tickets that was in that first February. So I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's about 20 tickets a day, which is far less than our bus lanes. Do you think that having different times is going to make it more confusing and make the tickets go back up? Because we've seen a massive, have only 10% of 2 years ago is a pretty good indication that people now understand. Wouldn't you say adding different times could even increase that confusion or increase the number of tickets?
One of the concerns is that we were asked to consider is that people weren't coming into the city centre, particularly to Midtown, because it was viewed as too difficult to access, whether that's through access or to a destination. In terms of the consistency, it is important that Wellesley Street and Queen Street are consistent with each other in terms of hours. That would be very confusing for any person coming through that area. So I think that point is really important.
Desley.
Thanks, Chair. So let's just get to the point here. So you're suggesting a trial. You're not saying it's going to be permanent. You're going to have a whole lot of things you're going to look at. My question is, will you go back to the people that you talked about at the trial at the end and talk to them about the findings before you come back to us?
Yes, is the answer. Yes, we are. We have obviously the stakeholder groups that we have already, and we're looking at an advisory group, and we'll have open public submissions. So part of this is when we come back to you, as per the recommendation, we will have some of that information, and it will be ongoing. The important point of this trial being under pilot under the street layouts rule is there's ongoing communication as part of that learning by consultation type of post rather than a
Thank you. And I just want to qualify the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is just simplicity, so people don't think it's only till 1 or 2 or they don't know what time of the morning is. You're just making it simple, right? 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. not allowed. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. are allowed. That's simple, right? Thank you.
John Watson.
Just a casual observation. I'd be interested in your feedback, particularly from people who now maybe don't come into the city that often and trying to get to any number of places. The feedback that I often hear is that people are very confused and very wary of getting caught in a bus-only lane. I think you certainly get ticketed there in the weekend. Just try, and we've had all the disruption. So I think you said the consultation was more targeted around the city, but for the people that are infrequent visitors, it can be really quite confusing now just trying to navigate your way around, and some of the configurations of the lanes, some of the recent ones where you have I think the one coming into the council and Victoria Street where ostensibly you're heading straight into other traffic. There's 2 turning right. If in other places, if the traffic turning right is at the stoplight, it stops the flow of traffic. So there's a number of instances now where it's actually quite confusing, and particularly for people that had just come down for a show or something like that. Has that showed up, and has that come through in any of the consultation or feedback we've undertaken?
Yeah, that was, we've met with the Waitemata local board a few times now, and one of the first presentations we did, the feedback was that signage is really important, really clear, direct signage. And when we talked about the AVO on Queen Street and the bus lanes in Wellesley, one of the local board members mentioned how clear it is that with Grafton Bridge. So when you approach Grafton Bridge, that also has restrictions as to when you can and cannot travel across it. Very clear gated sort of signage, traffic aspects, making it very clear what you can and cannot do. And so they said, look, if you're going to create something similar, it's not the same, but it has similarities, then use your signals, use your signs, and provide absolute clarity for the public, and that's what we intend to do. But further to that, another learning that we had from the AVO when it was rolled out in 2022 in Queen Street is that there are not a great deal of number of signs as you're heading into the city that might give you early direction as to where you might want to go. So we're learning from that, and we're going to introduce more what we call advanced direction signs well early, by 1 or 2 kilometres, where you can start to make choices about the fact that, look, if you could conceivably travel through or think that you could travel all the way down Wellesley Street from west to east and find your way up to the university. But of course, we know that there's going to be a bus lane there between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. You can equally travel that same route on Victoria Street and not have to navigate a bus lane. So, there'll be choices early on when you're down at Victoria Park and you make a choice from Halsey Street. Do you turn and use Victoria Street or Wellesley Street to head eastbound if you're travelling across the city? So that's kind of one of the techniques that we're going to use, and then at various junctions you might make kind of incremental kind of choices. You may also have reason to be in Federal Street and travelling to Sky City, or you might be travelling to Elliott Street to deliver something to Stables Restaurant or to the Wilson Car Park on Elliott Street. And so there has to be kind of incremental sort of opportunities for people to understand where they're going and their destination and the best route to take. So I think that will kind of progressively and incrementally filter people as they come in, and by the time you reach Wellesley Street and Elliott Street, you should understand why you're there and they have a clear purpose and destination, and that if you're just travelling through, you would have by that stage made other choices to have used Cook Street, Merrill Drive, Victoria Street, Custom Street, etc. So I think that we didn't do that particularly well, I think, for the AVO in Queen Street as you're coming kind of down the valley from Care Road, and I think we're going to introduce better signage to get better results.
Okay. That's good to hear, Mr. Chair, because when Auckland Council sold off the downtown car park, AT had done quite a bit of research where the users of that car park came from, and particularly in the weekends and after hours, and a disproportionately large number of them, and quite surprisingly for me anyway, came from the Albany ward and came from other parts of the North Shore. And for people from there, obviously that was a fairly straightforward route into the city, and then you could go to any downtown viaduct or wherever from that base. Now, obviously, when that goes, that facility's gone, so it makes what you're saying all the more important, I think. Thanks.
Shane?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. So we received evidence earlier today. We had doctors and medical professionals in front of us reporting on air quality on the Queen Street Valley and pointing out that it had significantly improved of late, whereas surrounding streets that still allowed vehicle traffic, air quality did not improve. So I ask you, did air quality and environmental effects enter into the decision-making process for this trial?
Air quality is part of our monitoring framework. We are aware, we work with Auckland Council colleagues who collect air quality, and as you may recall, part of Queen Street is to actually improve air quality. City Centre Action Plan, the Auckland Transport is part of, our main function on that and to reduce or improve air quality, I should say, is to the electric bus fleet, which is making a significant difference. So in terms of air quality, was it a consideration? Yes, it is part of the consideration, as is most of the requirements for we consider as part of City Centre Master Plan and the outcomes that we're seeking.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll just add to that. We actually looked into that in a little bit more depth because we met with the representatives of Te Whātua, from Health NZ, and only a matter of a couple of weeks ago. And in some of the investigations, I found that already Wellesley Street, sections of Wellesley Street busway are already at 50% electric, and the new busway down Vincent Street, heading on down Albert, is at 66% electric. So we're making huge inroads, probably disproportionate to the rest of the fleet in the city centre. So we're getting good results on lowering carbon and emissions there already.
Okay, thank you, team. No more questions, so you can step back. Thank you very much. Someone like to move? I'll move. Someone like to second? Thanks, Greg. Any commentary or discussion? Oh, Mike.
Yeah, I speak as the councillor representing that area, and I have done so for most of the period of the Auckland Council, apart from 3 years, and prior to that as an elected member of the Auckland Regional Council. So I'm reasonably close to what ordinary people think about the AVO. And the AVO, I would point out, and some others have mentioned it here as well, it comes out of the review or the refreshed version of the City Centre Master Plan. City Centre Master Plan, I'm one of 3, I think, councillors still here, came out in 2012. It was well socialised and had a very high profile and a lot of public input. It designated the Queen Street Valley as, they called it, the engine room. Later on, about 2017 and onwards, 18, and after that, it was refreshed. But essentially, and I made the criticism at the time, refreshed behind closed doors. And so any criticism of a trial not being socialised sufficiently begs the question about how this AVO was instituted in the first place and how I understand about 133,000 Aucklanders have been penalised, fined for infringing it. And the point has been made that, well, the offence notices have gone down to, 10% of what they were, and this is all good news. People are learning their lesson. The fact of the matter is, at the same time, this rather clumsy, high-handed, and might I say, elitist attempt to pedestrianise our main shopping street has actually caused the collapse of pedestrians, of the number of pedestrians, of foot traffic on Queen Street, which once was our premier shopping street. As the heart of the city pointed out, which represents what the council pays to represent retail in Queen Street. Foot traffic last year was 38% down on 2019, and spending was down 60%. So the impact of this AVO, which is in a non-legible part of Queen Street from Wakefield to Wellesley Street. So it's easy to understand how $20 million of fines were collected from unsuspecting Aucklanders. But it is deeply unpopular with Aucklanders and has had knock-on effects, unintended consequences, I guess, of enormous congestion in Kitchener Street, and that has been subject to complaints from apartment dwellers, city centre residents who live in Kitchener Street. and I've been trying to help them in regard to their problems in Kitchener Street, which is a direct outcome. Now, there's been a lot of talk about buses. AT have initiated this move, apparently because of the major relocation or transfer of bus routes from Queen Street. But even then, there seems to be an assumption here that Queen Street must be some sort of busway. And that, again, is totally illogical if we're trying to create an attractive heart of our city, which it isn't right now, despite the expenditure of God knows how much money you can imagine. But in terms of buses on streets, if we're being logical and fair about it, we would look at, if we think that bus transport is incompatible with private vehicles, and of course the strength of buses is that it's completely compatible with private vehicles. But if there's a school of thought, which I believe there is somewhere within our ranks, we should look at the busier streets and perhaps consider taking the cars off them. And the busiest street for buses is Dominion Road in the Albert Eden ward. But I don't represent that area, so I'm not going to go too much into that. But I just make that point. After that, it's Simon Street, Lake Road, Oniwa Road. They're all busier than Queen Street now. So I think we need to be consistent and logical about it. This is a trial which is a fairer outcome than what the people got when this was suddenly imposed. And the ironic, apart from pedestrianisation, top-down pedestrianisation, destroying pedestrian traffic or the numbers of pedestrian traffic on Queen Street with significant consequences to Queen Street, and probably the most symbolic of that is the closing of, after 100 and so many years, of Smith & Co.'s with the loss of 200 jobs. When I went to see the management of Smith & Co.'s the year before it closed, and then in the couple of days before it shut forever, they mentioned this $150 fine and how customers have said it's a complete disincentive for people to coming into Auckland getting stung with a $150 fine. So I support this. In terms of the arts precinct, which this AVO covers, people are talking about the Civic. Well, there's also the St. James. And if you talk to the owner of the St. James, he's severely critical of this AVO. I'm not sure whether councillors are aware of this. So let's have the trial and let's be objective about it. But I believe, myself personally, that the AVO must not just go from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It should go, it's not logical to have it from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So I'll just make one final point, Mr. Chairman. This issue was a major one during the recent local body elections. We are a democratic society, and the issues couldn't have been more clear-cut between myself and my leading opponent. And the leading opponent was a self-styled urbanist who was passionately committed to removing cars from Queen Street. The outcome of that election is well known, and the participation rate in that election was higher than any other ward in the region. The people have spoken, but let's have the trial and give the trial a fair go. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Oh, kia ora. I do have concerns with the trial, but before I get to that, I want to express my concerns with the information we've been given today. It's particularly in relation to the changes for the Queen Street portion, which I asked some questions about, and some of those couldn't be answered. The information was unclear, and I just am baffled by the fact that they could give us a number on the buses moving off Queen Street, but not the number of buses remaining on Queen Street when we're talking about changes to that street and that portion of the street which has had the Dominion Road buses that I've caught for a long time stopping on it as long as I can remember. And those bus users turn into pedestrians. That's what they become next, right? Now, I wanted to pick up on something that the chair of the AT board, Chair Leggett, because when people say Richard, I get confused. There's too many Richards. No offence to all Richards out there. But he said that too often we're saying, look at AT, they've done something bad. And I wanted to point out that actually there's a number of us around this table who have been champions for AT a lot of the time. My experience here and when I was on the local board was most of the time they weren't doing something bad, certainly not deliberately, but we are supposed to be their critical friends, and we are soon going to go from arm's length to full grasp of those decisions, and I think we deserve better information than we received on this report today. There's a number of us who have put ourselves out there to champion some of the controversial projects. He mentioned himself Great North Road and Meola Road. A number of us who use public transport and promote it widely. But here, I don't think we've been given the respect, the information, or the answers that we deserve as governors. I've already asked questions that have clearly shown the inadequacy of the report, information that was publicly available but not given proactively to us. And yeah, I'm quite baffled. And I appreciate, Chair, you putting this on the agenda, but I really hope this is not an indication of the level of advice that we can receive in the future when we shift from oversight to decision making. The CRL will mean more pedestrians in the city centre. And cars are not customers, pedestrians are customers. We're talking here about a situation where we're going to have more pedestrians in this area, and yet we are undertaking a trial that will put them at more danger. And it just, to me, does not make sense that we would even consider trialling that. People have talked about it being 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I don't know about other councillors. I don't go to bed at 7 p.m. I was in fact in the city centre, I think it was last Friday night, with my 15-year-old enjoying the Arts Festival offerings in Aotea Square, which was full of people having a great time at 9:45 at night, including younger children than my teenager. And they deserve to be safe too when they're moving around this space. And indeed, if we're going to increase footfall to businesses in the area, we do that by making it more pedestrian friendly, not less pedestrian friendly. We had mention from the officers eventually of the civic car park, which sits directly underneath the precinct that we're talking about, where people who want to drive can access the civic car park and then go upstairs through a lift, through stairwells, and access these arts facilities without having to drive along this portion of Queen Street. So I just don't get it. I want to address, though, this perception that seems to have been given a lot of weight in the decision-making here by AT, that the city centre is closed. Now, again, there's a number of us around this table who have been constant champions for the city centre, myself included, telling people it's not closed, come here, it's great, look at all these amazing events and activations, come and enjoy it. And I think that message has been increasingly getting through, but we're obviously not there yet. And it really bothers me that AT have made a decision here based on a perception that's not correct. And rather than working to overcome that perception and working with their allies who champion the city centre, like the City Centre Residents Group, like the City Centre Advisory Panel, who, by the way, did not receive this proposal when they were consulted in early engagement. It looked far different from what has come to us today. They've gone instead with people who are sharing the message falsely that the city centre is closed and weighted their feedback more heavily. Finally, there was mention of the Grafton Bridge. And if the genuine issue here that's being resolved is around pick-up and drop-off, around tidy mobility access, those kinds of things, about people going to events in the evenings, then why has AT not tried what they have done at Grafton Bridge very effectively? They haven't reviewed the signage. They haven't made any changes to the way the road looks in terms of, you can do things like putting in cobblestones like down on Key Street. They haven't made any of those attempts. They've just gone straight to reopening, and actually what is a more extreme version of reopening than originally they were actually looking at 10 p.m. to 7 a.m, which I would have been a little bit more relaxed by. So while I support the resolutions, particularly, Chair, your flexibility about enumerating those measures, I think that will help people to understand what's happening here. I'm really disappointed in the decision AT has made and the way that they have brought it to us. And frankly, I find side conversations, when particularly a woman, Greg, is talking, really rude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you. I guess I know this decision has already been made, so it's really an update. But just want to go through a slight bit of the history. I wasn't here in 2012 when the City Centre Master Plan was approved, but that had something like 85% support of feedback, including from businesses and residents in the city centre. And the highest feedback was pedestrianisation of Queen Street. Then the City Centre Master Plan refresh was not done in secret or behind closed doors. It was consulted on, and 90% of people who submitted to the City Centre Master Plan refresh supported the A4E and also reducing cars down the city centre. Also, in 2018, this body, or the planning committee at the time, unanimously supported the pedestrianisation of Queen Street. So that was complete removal of cars. That was the direction that this body unanimously supported. So it didn't happen by some accident. That is the direction that was given. Yes, we obviously had COVID and a bunch of other things in between there. But the issue for me is that that was the direction of the politicians, that's the direction of the community, the businesses at the time, and the city centre residents, which we've got emails about, concerned about this. One of the big points of pressure was this air quality study. So with 60,000 plus pedestrians per day that come out of the buses, trains, ferries, also out of cars, everyone who essentially arrives somehow to the city centre normally walks around it a bit. The highest pedestrianisation of any street had also the worst black carbon and the worst nitrous dioxide of anywhere else in the city. So it was up to us to, as the people who came and spoke to us this morning, reduce that toxicity and help improve health outcomes for the people who live here, but also the fact that there are tens of thousands of people, definitely from my ward, but there's thousands of people from every ward who come here every day and walk up and down that street. The other issue around Queen Street being, everyone talks about it being dead or whatever. Part of the issue is we've invested significantly in the Wynyard Quarter, Britomart and Commercial Bay. There are now 20 or 30,000 jobs that have gone from Midtown, moved out and gone to Commercial Bay. There's almost 10,000 people that go into Commercial Bay every day. There's going to be, and it's not quite there yet, but 25,000 jobs. And there's new buildings, Becca, One New Zealand, the old Vodafone, and a bunch of other big buildings that are there. So you can see on the stats that a lot of the people who used to walk up Queen Street are now turning right if they get out of the ferry, or left other turn out of Waitemata Station. The city centre is changing. But also, we've got, if you saw the news last week, our help supporting upgrading this and activating the Strand Arcade. That's filling up with business again. The owner of the Queen's Arcade is spending $5 million upgrading that. If they don't see a future of Queen Street, why would they be spending $5 million? We've got the Cartier, which is coming on the corner of Fort and Queen. You don't put Cartier on a street that you think is dead or dying. You've got Precinct, who are building 638 homes for students right in the old McDonald's building while saving that heritage building. You've got the what's the new hotel next to it called? Stonewood Brothers? Can't remember. But anyway, that's opened last week. The city rail link stations are helping invigorate almost $6 billion worth of private investment in the city centre. A bunch of it's open, a bunch of it's on its way. And I think the more that we talk it down and say we must bring back what is a few cars. And I wasn't being churlish before about the Civic. If there is an arts quarter issue, that's fine. But if we're still saying you'll be fined if you park against or in those bus stops, then there's going to be no additional access for people to drive to the Civic because we're saying they can't park or stop there. You can stop outside the town hall and turn up Wakefield, and maybe there needs to be far more better signage. But I agree with the concerns 2 years ago when it first opened that the signage wasn't good. But that is why we're down to 10% of the tickets. And it's not good that people are getting tickets, but I don't know what other way there is to do bus lanes and things like that. But I am concerned that throughout the night we create the probably unwelcoming atmosphere that used to be down Queen Street. I'm concerned of the delay of buses. You can already sit there standing outside our building and see 5, 6, 7, 8 buses sitting in a row. And if there's 3 or 4 cars in the way, you're not only delaying the buses, you're delaying the hundreds of people in it. 7 buses is sort of like 700 people. 3 cars is normally 3 or 4 people. So we just need to think about how it's going to move and the fact that Te Waihorotu is going to be the busiest station in the country. We just need to make sure people are safe coming from all our communities across the city, coming in and out of that. So I support the trial, thank you, Chair, for adding those to it, but we must take it seriously if there's negative consequences from this trial. Kia ora.
Okay, no further comments. I'll just wrap up. So it can happen. Mike Lee and I can agree on something. Big day. But as a Franklin councillor, I don't often get emails about things that happen in Queen Street. And I certainly did when the AVO was put in place. And a heap of our residents were part of the 80,890 people in the first 16 months received a ticket, $12 million worth, and Mike sort of gave a similar figure for a wider period. It might have dropped off, but there's some people, and as John talked about, they were absolutely disheartened about the city centre and they didn't want to come here. And it's all very well to say, oh, they can get in, come and jump in public transport. Well, if they live in Pookie and they go to a show, they can't, because there's no public transport late enough to get them home. And so they drive. And when they stop driving, that is what leads to a downturn in the city. Yes, we've heard that the CRL will change pedestrian movements in the city and bring people in. It will in time. What's first going to happen is there's going to be a change in pedestrian behaviour. So the pedestrians that now walk from this end of town to get to Britomart or Waitemata are no longer going to be doing that. So we are going to be seeing less people probably charging down Queen Street. I probably walk up and down Queen Street more than anyone else around this table, I don't know, but I walk it every day because I bring and absolute right. So that those of us who come in to the city on public transport, either a ferry or a train, we walk up and down Queen Street. And this is a trial. Let's do the trial. It is AT's decision, just as it was when they implemented the AVO. This is us, this is them doing what they are there to do. They have listened that there is issues, that there is discontent with it, and they are reacting, and I applaud them for it. Queen Street cannot be viewed as just being some local road. Queen Street is of regional importance, and it should be treated as such. It should be there for everybody in this region, not just the people that live here. If you choose to live in and around Queen Street, you choose to live in the busiest CBD in the region. That comes with noise, that comes with vehicles. So that is just part of it. It's like living next door to a farm. You get smells of silage. So this is what happens in town. It is, I think, really good. And I put my hand up and say I sat in meetings with Mel and the team from AT and encouraged them to have a trial. And I have no issues with that. Happy days. Because the people in my ward and who live further out from Auckland, who have as much right to come into the city and be able to move around, pick up their people from outside the arts centre, outside the AT, or whatever, can do it. And so I am in favour of the trial. We will see what that brings. It is the right way of dealing. It is pragmatic, and there's something that we and Auckland Transport have been criticised about not doing enough of. Let's have a look
see how it works before we make a final decision. So well done, AT, and I look forward to the results. It might work. The sky might fall in, as some are telling us it will. But let's just wait and see. Alf.
My humble apologies, Chair. I know you were at the closing remarks, but I ended up pushing the button, but then you've started your closing remarks. So I'm just seeking your indulgence as the Chair to also speak to this particular item. Thank you. Chair, I'm going to support the trial. Several reasons why. The first reason is the first 2 pages of the PowerPoint presentation. If you have a look at it, and one of them was Midtown Traffic Circulation Plan. The key one for me enables ongoing optimisation opportunities. And look, not only the opportunities that this trial will bring, but also, as you've put into the recommendation, that there will be a quarterly report coming back to us in regards to any issues that I have heard around this table today. The other thing is that you've got a strategic alignment in the city centre master plan. I remember that. I remember the city centre master plan when we passed it. 20-year long view. 20 years. I thought, look, do something. Have a look on Google, Auckland Council, and have a look at the city centre master plan, which I did. And it ended up giving me in the front page 8 transformational moves. One of them, which is key for me, Māori outcomes. Also transformational move 3, and that is around Queen Street Valley. I know, and there was somebody around this table, I don't know, I think it may have been Councillor Henderson, mentioned emissions. And I know that there will be monitoring the emissions in regards to this trial. And I mean, for me, I hope that report comes back. And if it's not, and it's worse than what we feel, that's when I'll end up saying, I think we've done enough, if it doesn't come back. But look, we have to firstly get the trial underway first. Let's get that done. And so for me, I've got no issues in regards to what our kaimahi, our staff have presented, and that this trial should go ahead. We've got that first report coming back, and let's make a decision after that. Kia ora.
Cheers, Alf. And Shane.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I wasn't actually going to say anything, but firstly, apologies to you, Chair. I keep forgetting to put my name on the thing. I put my hand up, and then I wonder why it doesn't go on. So thank you. Warning to everybody. Okay, look, firstly I want to acknowledge I received a flood of emails. I would have gotten hundreds of emails from people, be they local residents or be they all around the city, because, you know, the city centre region is for everyone. It's regionally significant. And lots of concerns of people in my ward around this trial. And I want to acknowledge each and every one of you for reaching out and sharing your concerns with the decision makers here, concerns that I agree with, by the way. I know it's a noting paper, but I'm finding it quite difficult to sit here and swallow that we have heard in the very same meeting this morning, the same meeting, from experts in the medical field, from doctors, that have said that air pollution is so harmful for our city, it is costing lives in our city, and we heard the evidence. The Queen Street Valley has significantly improved because of what we did. So to go back and to change that, that is quite hard to stomach. Very hard to stomach. The other thing that's hard to stomach is it doesn't feel like we're fully committing and backing in the public transport system that has improved year upon year. I remember as a kid in the 90s in West Auckland, how crap it was. It was awful, whether it was frequency being terrible, it didn't reach most of Auckland, drug dealers at my train station all the time, the whole thing, right? And now we've got a system that's the envy of Australasia. It's one of the... Oh, come on, Mike. Second meeting in a row, mate. Are you serious? Can you be professional, please?
He's actually factually correct on EVs.
Is this going to happen every single meeting? Come on, guys. Seriously.
Wait, stop.
When have I ever said that I was going to do that, Mike?
Point of order.
This is ridiculous.
No. Point of order, Chair, for disrespectful language. For some councillor to throw out, toughen up, harden up, it's just really immature. Can you please deal with that?
And Shane was
I heard someone insult another member with obscene language when this person was chairing the meeting and did nothing about it.
Okay. Look, let's just try. Let's just try and just get through without offending each other, feeling offended, whatever. Let's just try and get through. No, just point in case. So let's just try and get through, shall we? Keep going, Shane. Just keep your comments to yourself, others, and let's try and get through the day without, too many more tears.
Where was I? Okay. Look, it's sad that we're not backing in public transport that's the envy of Australasia now. And we should be letting the CRL breathe. We should be letting people explore our city on our fantastic system. We should be backing them with the routes that they need, with the costs that they need, and this is what we should be focusing on. So I do feel this is a retrograde step, and I've shared this in other forums as well. Look, I'll vote for the recommendations, but I'm finding it very hard to stomach it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Set your hand up, John. I feel probably triggered. Have you got something you wish to say?
Yes, I was just going to say very simply, good to see a bit of robust debate. There's nothing wrong with that, folks. Good to hear people got different views. Especially in the current international scene, it's nice to hear people being able to express their view on things. I was just going to say with regards to this, and it's not really to sort of push any particular barrow, but just the notion of a trial is something that some of us have suggested with Auckland Transport over the years, just to try things and see how they turn out, which can be a lot better than making a definite decision and then being tied to that, and the people don't have an option. It's done and dusted. So I think the notion of actually seeing how something works out and reports back it's not going to be the end of the world, and if it does have perverse outcomes, well then hopefully they will be captured. Similarly, if it works well, then we've had the benefit of that without being totally pre-committed. So I would think in this instance, I've certainly got an open mind to see how things go. That the way the officers have recommended it is quite reasonable, and I think there's been a little bit of hyperbole without being too critical with regards to this. So let's just see how it goes, and if people are proven right one way or the other, well then they'll have plenty of ammo when it comes back, won't they?
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll wind that up. So it's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. And against. Carried. Thank you. Unanimous. And I love when we have hour-long debates over things we're receiving.
Point of order, it's not a vote on the trial, it was just receiving a report.
And next up, we are talking on the approval of the submission on lane use and heavy vehicle rules reform. David, Michael, welcome along.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this will be a short item. The government released land transport rules reform, 2 packages, one on lane use, one on heavy vehicle productivity, on the 25th of February, and they asked for submissions by tomorrow. So it's been a very short process. Council considered the merit of the reforms. We decided we should put in a submission. We sent a memo to all elected members and to Hukura. We left the timing as long as possible for people to provide draft input, which we put together, and we put out a draft final report at the latest possible time. And that was published on your agenda, and we We believe it's not very controversial. It's all items are being supported. A number of local boards and others have provided additional input seeking for more government support for active transport infrastructure to improve the outcomes from the rules reform, and also to include public education and other advice around the reforms. And also AT subject matter experts have provided input. Also pointing out that a number of other legal reforms are required to enable things like the prevention of parking on berms. On the heavy vehicle productivity, essentially everyone has been in favour. There's no safety problems are envisaged, and the reforms should reduce administrative burden and enable more proliferation of electric trucks and buses, and easier licensing arrangements. I think I can take the submission as read, and I'll quiet now and we'll open for questions, hopefully.
Okay, questions? John Gill.
Thank you. Look, I support this, but I have a question and my brain's going into knots, and always has when I looked at this issue, and this is to do with the berm parking, because I think it's the fault of the legislation, everything sort of points at each other and go around circles and that. I was just wondering if you just take me through it, please. But it seems to me that we have the Land Transport Act that allows the Minister to create rules. It's created a rule that says that basically you have to park off the road on the berm if possible, but the council can have a bylaw to reverse that. The Act also says the council may make a bylaw. In our bylaw, I don't think we have got anything addressing the berm situation yet, although there may be a resolution that's been passed under that bylaw. Maybe you can clarify that. And then in the report, you talk about how the Act won't allow us to enforce this aspect. But again, it seems overly complicated the way it's written, so I do support us asking for changes here. But I don't read all this as that we do need to have signs. I mean, the rule that the Minister has says that it can have a sign or be in the bylaw. And then when you go to the bylaw and it lists all the things that we can have in the bylaw, yes, it does talking about parking needing signs, but then it does also have another section about general and allowing any other road-related matters that are not addressed above to be in there. And then in the section which talks about how much we can charge for infringements, it does say that we can do up to $150 for bylaws made under that section. So if you could please just take me through this, because this is driving me nuts. Thank you.
Very good question, Councillor. Unfortunately, I don't have the expertise to clarify the situation. It is a complex legal area. Auckland Transport has taken the view over many years that they are unable to ticket berm parking. I understand others take a different view, but there is complexity around what offences are enabled by different parts of the legislation and the traffic control device rules. And I think the point that we're making in this submission is there is this complexity and differing views of how issues can be enforced, and there's also a difference between parking prohibitions and parking restrictions. And we would like to see the government clarify this situation and make the additional changes that may be required, so that any parking prohibitions can be properly enforced without the need for signage on all berms. But we can get back to you with, Auckland Transport people can get back to you with more detail on that.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions. So thank you, gentlemen. Someone like to move? Thanks, Greg. Second. Thanks, Lotu. Is there any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. You might as well stay there, Michael. Next one up is the report on the transport emission reduction pathway to come in May 2026.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a noting report which we've put in to advise that we intend to come back to the committee in 2 months with further detail on what we can do and what decisions we'd like from council from the Transport Committee related to emissions reductions in the transport sector. So, open it up.
Cool. Any questions? It's moved by Alf. Is do you want a question, Morris? Or no, it hasn't come up yet. Unless your name is no speakers. It's not shown on ours. Don't call me a liar. I'll get upset. I'll get offended. There it is. Now it's here. Okay, Morris.
Okay, I'm going to try and combine, because I will take a call for speaking to it if I have to, but I'll try and combine them both. Because I'm seriously concerned about what has happened with this paper. First of all, this paper was passed in May of last year. And what occurred on the day, because I've got a copy of the minutes from the day, is quite telling. The meeting broke up several times and officials were trying to get to amend the original resolution. If you look on the paper we're considering today, 2D, it says request Auckland Transport and Auckland Council staff. But if you look at the minutes, you'll see the original motion that was recommended was just for Auckland Transport to come back and tell us what they thought were, listen to these words, what they believe were realistic measures they can implement and their associated emissions targets and how they can be delivered and how they will be funded. Now, Mr. Chairman, that was just a simple resolution that we would get back from Auckland Transport their view of what was realistic. Because if there's anybody here in this room that believes the stuff that's sitting in TERP and got obligations on Auckland Transport right now, a halving of vehicle kilometres, more than a halving of vehicle kilometres travelled, a 550% increase in public transport use, a whole swag of stuff that is literally away with the ferries. I wanted Auckland Transport at least to come back to this committee and tell us what they thought was as it says. But officials scrambled around in this room and have got the times of how long it was delayed for, and it was delayed further. We even went away for a lunch break. They finally moved a number of amendments, but it says here in the minutes, changes to the amendment were suggested by staff, however, they were not accepted by the mover and the seconder, and we finally ended up accepting the words and Auckland Council staff. And what I find aggravating is that that's what was passed unanimously by a committee of the whole council. And then nothing happened. Nothing. And so I went to Phil Wilson back in December last year and I said, this has been on the books since May. And he said, this is grossly unacceptable. I will make sure it's sorted. And it didn't. And it didn't move. And you may not like this particular resolution, you may not even like what it stands for, but I'm hoping every one of you is strongly supportive of that if we pass some resolution, even one I don't like, unanimously, that the bare minimum staff have got an obligation is to bring that paper back saying it requires more work and we can't do it in the next meeting or the meeting after or the meeting after that. But to put up excuses here like, but other tasks and processes resulted in the item being delayed and then being delayed again, when it shouldn't have even been Auckland Council staff, and had the council staff not demanded that it be put in the amendment, the original amendment wasn't going to involve them. And if I hadn't taken this up with the Chief Executive back last year and then again this year, this would have disappeared. Had I not been re-elected in October, this was gone off the radar. There was no report back to us. There was no, we can delay this. And so the principle alone of the matter of how something is dealt with is at stake here. I'm angry about the specific issue not being reported back because now there won't be an Auckland Transport to report back on it. And so what we've got now, if you read the resolution, is it says, note that staff will report back. Staff will report back. Not Auckland Transport and council staff, but staff. So they got exactly what they wanted back in a year ago in May. We don't want Auckland Transport reporting back to you. At least remember those words. What they believe are realistic measures they can implement and their associated emissions targets and how they can be delivered and how they will be funded. And I want to know, first of all, from Barry, Mr. Chairman, how many other issues, I'll rephrase it, I'll get this right. Are there any other resolutions that have been passed by this committee that have not been brought back?
Not as far as I'm aware,
Right.
Councillor.
So my second question is, how would you ever be aware? Do you have a bring-up file?
The reports go back to the authors of the report, and they will bring those up and address the resolutions from the committee meeting.
So there is a bring-up process that would alert you to if something has been done and yet not taken back to the committee?
Not to me.
Well, I thought you were the lead officer for this committee.
I've just made it clear, they don't come through to me. It comes through, we have the Forward Work Program, which comes out, and of course the Forward Work Program is in the back of this month's reports, and that's where it goes into, is into that Forward Work Program.
Right, and could just disappear and never be seen again?
Well, it's in the Forward Work Program, that's where it
Well,
appears.
Forward Work Program could be for the next 3 years. Because I'm seriously concerned about the process here. You have every right to come back to this committee in June or July or August or September, whenever, and say, look, that resolution that was passed on the 8th of May has got a lot of work. We're seeking from you an extension of 6 months before we report back on this. But not a mutter, not a murmur, not a whisper from anybody. And it just stayed on the books and stayed on the books, and now Auckland Transport is about to be completely dissolved, and now we're passing a resolution, which is what officials wanted on the day, that they can get to report to us what they think is realistic. Not Auckland Transport, that's gone from the bottom on the resolution, and I find that, and I hope that others will find it unacceptable, because they may be in that situation sometime in the future where something they think was important and they got passed by a committee and it just disappeared into the ether.
So I'll take on some of this. So there was a discussion at the end of it, Morris, and you and I talked about it. We've talked about it a couple of times, and have expressed to me your disappointment in the process and in me as chair, and fair cop. The reason it doesn't disappear, it sits in the Forward Work Program, and it does not disappear. There were three main reasons why this discussion was put off, and everyone did support it. Everyone was keen to have a review of TERP, no issue. And so it wasn't lost. And so the three reasons that generally, well, the three reasons why it was, and we discussed this, and I discussed this as chair with, at the time, with the staff as the best way forward. The staff that were going to be required to do this work are donkey and were donkey deep in the transport transformation and transition that is being required by the Act. The capacity for those staff to do this, which is a significant piece of work and is a serious chunk of council and AT working together, the capacity for them to do it did not exist. And that was explained. Point number two, it is a funding aspect, and we hear all of the time in this room the unfunded mandate. And so that is one of the great criticisms of TERP. It is the thing that I have heard most about TERP while sitting in this room since becoming a councillor in whatever year it was, 2022 or whenever it was. So that is the thing. It becomes it's a funding document. The opportune time for us and the best time for us to now talk about TERP is the LTP time. It is the time for when actually the legislation work will have almost wound up. They're still donkey deep doing stuff because we don't know what the legislation is going to look like. But the right time to talk about TERP and the unfunded mandate, and there is the irony of arguing that there's unfunded mandates and then wanting changes potentially that would remain unfunded unless we have that discussion wrapped into the LTP, shouldn't be lost on people. So the ideal time is to do the work now, and that's what they are saying they're coming back to, as has been in our Forward Work Program on every one of our agendas probably since that item. It is now they come back, they say, we will come back to you in May. We can start the discussion about TERP, which everybody wants to have, in the context of the LTP, so that we can potentially make changes and we can potentially align it with funding. And so we get away from where the criticism of it is now. And so that is why I sat there as chair and I discussed, as is, and you've been a minister, so you know that you sit there in those leadership positions and you discuss with staff the next steps on things. That was the discussion. You and I have talked about it. You didn't agree, and that's fine. But that is where it is. It's coming back in May, and that is the time that we will be able to start having the discussion about TERP in detail. And so today is not the day to dive into that, just in case people are wanting to dive into TERP. We're not going to do that today, because this is an update to say to you, so that it doesn't get lost and you don't feel that it's been lost, to placate those fears, that it's coming back in May. And that is when you can dive deep, and we'll start the deep dive into TERP. And so, yep.
I want to respond to several of those. The first of all is the original request was for Auckland Transport. When I went down there the following week, and I said to Dean Kimpton and the board, how long would it take us to get that response back? He said, we're ready to go. We've got all of that material. We could furnish it back to the committee next month. So had officials from our staff not made it, and staff, if it had stayed as the original resolution, you would have had that recommendation back at the June meeting. The second thing is, this is not about changing TERP. None of the requests that we were asked for was, what do we do to change TERP? It was a start of a process about what does Auckland Transport think is a realistic set of settings, and then we could say, well, actually, that's not too far away from where we are. We don't need to do much work, or we do. I accept that any change to TERP will only be relevant if we do it through the long-term plan. And when I said to Dean Kimpton, so why aren't you reporting that back? He says, council staff are stopping us. So I don't accept your line of our people were so busy they couldn't get around to it. The original request, which was only changed because staff demanded it, would have been actually actioned back to us the following month. And you would have seen what Auckland Transport thought were realistic sums, and then we could have decided to move on. I agree with massive problem of changing TERP, having to go through a proper process, and finally I think the long-term plan is the only place it will be. I just don't accept that you can just put something like this on the back burner, and I'll finish this last one. It only took another meeting with Phil Wilson, and he literally said, this is grossly unacceptable, councillor, I will sort it out. And I'll pick up on your last comment. You said, I've been a minister. Let me tell you that if any decision had been through a cabinet committee and minuted about bringing a report back, any official that chose not to bring that report back because the minute had said so would be gone that day. They'd just be gone. They would come back to the cabinet committee and say, you agreed to a following, but we think it's too much work, and can we have a 3-month hiatus or whatever? It would not just be buried and gone. And so Phil Wilson said to me, I've finally dealt with it. Barry's going to come and see you again. We're going to get this back on the agenda. So I don't accept that this would have got back on the agenda at any rate. It's just a bit fortuitous that I met with Phil 10 days ago and it all moved on from there. And more importantly, I find it really galling that officials are saying, because they're so busy, it's taken this long, when they were the ones who injected themselves into the debate and did not need to be on the original request.
Ken, have you got a question, or are we into debate? Okay, so I'll move. Shane will second. Gentlemen, you can step back. Thank you for that. Right, Ken.
I just want to say, Mr. Chair, listening to everything and trying not to lay any blame anywhere or anything like that. The reason I voted for this thing was because it's obvious in council here that we have policies we've voted through, unfunded or otherwise, and the staff get bogged down in huge workloads because they have to consider all these things that in some cases are unworkable. And so that's why I supported going back and reviewing TERP, and the fact that it's taken 12 months and the workload problems we're talking about here, we could have released some of that if we had have acted quickly. So I just wanted to say that that's how I saw what was disappointing, kind of a compounding, self-fulfilling circle. Thank you.
Okay, any other comment? Oh, Mike.
we've heard quite a lot today about emissions, but not the type of emissions that the council, and I guess everyone has been concerned about over the last decade, which is greenhouse gas emissions. I think we also need to consider the nature of fuel emissions, not just the amount, but the quality of those emissions that we have in Auckland today. I recall in the Auckland Regional Council, and Councillor Williamson will remember this as a Member of Parliament and as a minister at certain stages, that we campaigned long and hard to upgrade the refining standards at Marsden Point to enable Euro, I think it was 3-4 standard fuel in New Zealand and the fleet to go with it. Before that time, in terms of PM10, we had thousands of parts per million in our fuel, and by 2009, thanks to persuading the government, we were down to 10 parts per million. There is a public health aspect to this, as well as a climate aspect to it, and I think that any report back should also ensure that, or check that we are still moving ahead in terms of the content of the fuel that we're currently using in New Zealand. I would also make the point too, compared to those days, apart from when we had thousands of parts per million being emitted into the atmosphere and people breathing them in, there were no EV vehicles, there's no electric vehicles or hybrids. Now about 10% of the fleet is. So we are improving in terms of the nature of vehicle emissions, but I think we need to ensure that we are getting the best quality fuel in terms of content, nitric oxide and all the rest of it, PM10s, as is available. So that could be part of the emissions, not just standard GHG emissions, though I'm sure all vehicle emissions are also GHG influencing. Thank you.
Oh, wrong one. Thank you, Mike. Okay, no other discussion. I'll move the motion. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Okay, next one up is the summary of information memoranda. Someone like to move? Oh, thanks, Lottie. Seconded John Gillen. Oh, you got a question? Seconded by Shane. You got a question, John?
So my question is, it looks like from the, is this Committee Forward Work Programme?
No, this is 8.9. This is the...
Pause, I'll park it for the next one.
Oh, you can second it then, like we were originally going to. Any questions, discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Righto, the next one is the Forward Work Programme.
Mr Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just on the Forward Work Programme, there's the only part I can see to do with healthy waters is updates at the end of the table in September. Is that correct? That doesn't seem to be very, very often that we'd hear from them.
Apologies, could you just repeat that again, please?
Oh, sorry, on the last page of the Forward Work Programme table, the last three where the block of blue is in September, those are healthy waters. Oh, sorry, two of them are healthy waters, so just those two. I'm just questioning whether, is September the only time that we're going to be hearing from them on these projects? Is it just an annual check-in? Because I would have thought they'd be coming to us more often.
You'll recall that they came to this committee last month, to last month's meeting of the committee. We could bring them through again, but this was based on that kind of 6-month cycle. But if you would like them to come again, then that's...
yeah, I would have thought they'd be coming more often than 6 monthly. Yeah, thank you.
We'll pick that up and look at that. Yeah.
Ken?
Yeah, I would support them coming sooner. We've got the water strategy that we're having developed. I really think we need that sooner. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And I apologise, I've jumped ahead all over the place. I was looking at the wrong page. So we're going backwards now. Any other questions? Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against carried. Now we'll go back to the one we were meant to be on. I was getting so excited about the forward work program coming up, and I was hoping that Morris would move it. With status update on the on action decisions. Someone like to move? Thanks, Shane. Second. Thanks, Alf. Any questions on this? None. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against carried, and I think that's it. The forward work program was moved by Shane and seconded by John. Brilliant. All right, thanks everyone. We just got there in time, so we didn't have to do extra time. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks very much, everyone, and we will see you next time.